Yeah, hey, I volunteer.
I think they're just passing. Oh, you were? To teach the teachers?
I do.
I know everybody's.
I'm licensed by the Texas BPS. Well, what used to be the DHL, now it's LTC. I'm licensed by the state of Texas BPS, teach those classes. I do have a card, I just don't have.
December 1.
I don't swear.
We're just waiting for the camera to come up, you guys.
Oh, okay.
We're having difficulties, sorry.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
You want to see it.
That's what it is. The cameras.
Cynthia Kimmel. Nice to meet you.
Huh? Okay. What kind of sweater? West Texas. I have 2 tours that I've never seen.
He's like, Speedy, did you?
One
We
going
do
to
my
Senate.
commercial.
Exactly. Whatever year it was.
I grew up
My
St.
mom, it was right there.
But I can go to 6 years. I was here 7 years ago.
Right
I've never
Oh, I don't know. It's really nice.
I had
And so now they can think it's slow.
So did I.
my favorite.
You can only do one piece of the mix, so somebody's doing it.
I live on the
They were radar. Well,
but it's
Okay, all right, I'll do that.
sometimes
and for me to drive to my mom's
was called the system.
6 hours.
Because, you know, before the break, and they got the hour there.
42 miles. My hometown's 42 miles.
And have so many of them. Like, next
40 minutes. Well, when I grew up, when I was growing up, and now there's something also I mean, there's some babies next time, they're like 7 gold, and in hospitals and stuff.
What year was it? What year was it?
I mean, it's really nice, but also,
Yeah.
So, you get on my school.
my sister was
That was still a good time for cars.
I mean, the engineers.
they keep telling me, she retired.
Had a tea time.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody Christmas packages brought to the post office.
My daughter's there.
You have a system in place for more than a week?
I have more than a pickup truck at car. Mostly things that can build in my car.
No, they all live around.
And I will tell you this,
Yes, yeah. I have my 2 nephews and her sister. I drove the next town. Went on there.
And then I moved to him because
So that's 60%. Deficit, right?
yeah, that's a, we've done.
As soon as she's so short, but she gets to the part, jumps on the brakes, or something that he's going to hit the ball and work it, and they just stand there. He's going to tell him. But anyway, what to do, I think they know what's
They tend to have.
oh, really? I think there was a date. I didn't see it.
so cute.
Yeah. It wasn't a
And,
meeting.
our state bill was on the other thing too is passing that loss of patients. How much charge your instruction is not what you see on TV. I've actually done this for brothers and
Oh, you mean that sort of thing?
It's a shout. It's not real.
No, it's still not
All
working.
right, I think we can move on. One second here. It is recording, we just can't live stream the meeting, so it'll be posted tomorrow. So I hereby call the special meeting of the Board of Directors of Williamson Travis County Municipal District Number 1 to order. It is Tuesday, April 25th, 6:40. Briefly here, a notation, persons wishing to speak during citizen communication must sign up to speak prior to the beginning of the meeting. Comments on applicable agenda items may be expressed during citizen communication only. So we have, do we have the list? Can you bring the list over? Yeah. And so let's move on to item 1 on the agenda. The first speaker to sign up is Chris. And can you state your full name and then we go from there?
Yeah, my name is Christopher O'Toole. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to talk about agenda item 3, the RFP for deed restriction management services. Just some questions I was hoping you all would ask yourselves. I tried emailing everyone. I wasn't sure if everyone saw it, but why do over 1,500 homes end up having to pay higher taxes to enforce a deed restriction on just 422 homes, according to that RFP, for the overnight parking restriction? And that overnight parking restriction that exists in Hunters Glen 1 and Lakeline Oaks, but is not being enforced there. So how does the district feel like it needs to enforce this to maintain property values, but then doesn't enforce it in every place? It just enforces it in some sections in those 422 homes. Again, those others have the deed restriction as well. Why does Lakeline Oaks have to pay for the deed enforcement of their own neighborhood, and then also through taxes subsidize the deed enforcement of Hunters Glen 1, Hunters Glen 2, Anderson Mill West, and Valenti Hills? Shouldn't associations pay for their deed enforcement out of their own dues? And how, maybe you want to think about how do other MUDs handle, the MUD does have a right to, of course, enforce deed restrictions if there's sort of something that is impacting property values. So if there's some egregious issue, how do other MUDs handle that, especially ones that don't do regular deed enforcement? So just want to read 3 of these deeds. No automobile, boat, trailer, truck, pickup, camper, mobile home, recreational vehicle, motor scooter, maintenance equipment, or other vehicle may be parked overnight on any roadway within the subdivision. This is from one that is not being enforced historically and wouldn't be according to the RFP. Let me read another one. No automobile, boat, trailer, truck, pickup, camper, mobile home, recreational vehicle, motor scooter, maintenance equipment, or other vehicle may be parked overnight on any roadway within the subdivision. That one is enforced. And then the third one is not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, number 2, Rita Peliquin.
Hello, my name is Rita Peliquin. I'm a neighbor of Carol Dorrell's, who's the candidate for your board, and I would like to offer a few comments. I've been a friend and a neighbor of hers for the past 4 years. I've seen her interaction with her family, and I've seen how intelligently and calmly she's handled some difficult situations with her own family. And I think she'd be a tremendous asset to this board, and I want to put that forward and hope you seriously consider having her with you. And I thank you for your serious consideration of her name. I think she'd do very well here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Art Medrano.
Hello, my name's Art Medrano. I'm a previous MUD board member. I served on the board for 8 years, from 2014 to 2022. One of the reasons I served on the board was I wanted to not only represent the MUD district, but I wanted to represent Valente Hills, because at the time, no one from Valente Hills was representing or had any representation on the MUD. I think it's critical to have a higher voter turnout. They're very diligent in what they do and what their community, keeping care of the community. They care about all the things we do and how we do it. So today, as a previous board member from Valente Hills, I would like to endorse or recommend to you guys that you consider Carol Norell for one of the board members. She would be a good member of the board and also represent Valente Hill as well as the MUD district itself. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Chris Rocco.
Hello, I'm Chris Rocco. I'm a resident of Anderson Mill West. I'm here tonight to support Carol Norell as the replacement for Megan Dudo, the 5th director of WTCMUD1. And also, I'd like to suggest strongly that until all director positions are filled, no committee assignments or significant changes in MUD processes should be made. Wait till the 5th director gets on there. And I wish the gentleman that was here just left about talking about deed restrictions that we didn't have any problem with deed restrictions until Linda got on the board and started basically changing the way things were done. We've had no problems. Everybody understood how they worked. Sage did a good job of visiting with the residents, discussing the basis for the problems that we were having. I just hope everybody realizes that property values are a function of how well deed restrictions are enforced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Savannah? And you state your full name.
I'm sorry, my full name?
Yeah, state your full name. Yeah.
My name is Savannah London. I am also a resident of Anderson Mill West. I'm also here tonight to support Carol Norell as a replacement for Megan Dudo, the 5th director of WTCMUD1. And then also, I would like to recommend that until all director positions are filled, no committee assignments or significant changes in the MUD processes should be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Exactly. I'm Savannah's mom. I've been a resident of Park Forest for 28 years, and I'm here tonight to support Carol Norell as a replacement for Megan Dudo, the 5th director of WC MUD. Until all director positions are filled, no committee assignments or significant changes should be made in the MUD process.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia Rocco.
My name is Sylvia Rocco. I'm a resident of Anderson Mill West. Number one, I'm here to support Carol Norell as the replacement for Megan Dudo, the 5th director for WTC MUD1. And number two, until all director positions are filled, no committee assignments or significant changes in the MUD processes should be made. Thank you.
Jerry Anderson.
My name is Jerry Anderson, and I'm a resident of Anderson Middle West. I'm here to support Carol Norrell as a replacement for Megan Dudo for the 5th Director of WTC MUD #1. And second of all, I hope that no significant changes in the MUD processes will be made or committee assignments until we can get all the director positions filled. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. From Jerry Anderson. Cynthia Kimball.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Kimball, and I'm an applicant for the board position. Apparently, I didn't get the memo that everybody else got about supporting Carol and asking for no committee assignments to be made. Quite a campaign. Good job, Carol. As an applicant for the board position, my work and life experience is vast. That comes with being 60 years old. And I served on the Board Scouts for several years in Fort Worth. I've had several volunteer positions, had leadership experience, 35 years in business, not limited to managing $20 million budget for Spectrum, decades of experience in digital and traditional marketing. I'm a Toastmaster, public school teacher certified, compounding pharmaceutical tech certified, Google AdWords professional certified, and a Sunday school teacher certified. So I come with a little bit of experience. My Myers-Briggs is an ENTJ, which means I'm frank, decisive. I quickly see illogical and inefficient procedures and policies. I love to develop and implement systems and solutions to solve organizational problems. That's why I applied. I'd like to see the board develop some policies that will lead to a more efficient board with less time at each meeting. Develop a core values and clear mission statement, better communication, budgeting to be transparent and discussed at each meeting, and define and communicate all of that to its board members. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Last name. I'm going to say the last name, Rablin. Last name, Rablin. I can't not read your first name. Kablin or Rablin?
That's Kaplan.
Okay, Kaplan. Okay.
Good evening, directors. I'm Alan Kaplan. I applied for the open position, and obviously I would like you to appoint me. I have more than probably 60 years board experience, 23 years Austin Community College Board, 8 years at the Downtown Alliance Board, and my congregation, congregation chair and me, right down the block, 8 years. I was also a founder of both the Downtown Austin Alliance and my congregation. And I think I know a bit about board governance. I've actually taught it around the country as a member of the Association of Community College Trustees. And I see the board as having to function well, and I think I could add a lot to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, well, that is it for citizen communication. And we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is to discuss appointment of director to fill vacant position. And so let's move on to do that. So what we've agreed last time is that we were going to have each individual candidate, right? We're all going to have questions. Is that correct? And we'll go from there. And do we want everybody to leave and have individual candidates?
Like we did with the last person we did.
I'll leave that completely up to them. If they want to stay in the room, stay in the room.
What do y'all want to do?
I'll stay.
stay?
I'll stay out here.
Seems like that's a consensus, right? Everybody stays in? Okay, excellent. All right. So, now do we have an order?
The order that's in the board packet,
Item 1,
they're alphabetical.
yeah. Now, who has decided, I mean, we haven't decided, I think we put them in there. Should we go alphabetically? What do we do? I just want to ask.
Well, they're in there alphabetically, and if
Write
they're
all their
here,
names down on a piece of paper, rip them all up, take them out of a hat, put the order.
that would, or you could just go alphabetical. If they're here, interview them. If they're not, we move on to the next one. I don't know who's here.
Does anybody want to go first?
Hold on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
Anybody want to go last?
It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
Carol
to me.
does, okay.
No, I'd like to go alphabetically. I think that's the most fair way to do it.
Okay.
That's how they're in the board packet, and that way we can open up their letters of interest as we ask the questions.
I think it's,
I'll
my
second
only
that.
concern is that if we're going to ask the same questions, I think it's better that they're not in the room.
We already asked them and
They
they
don't
can,
mind,
they
and
they
You
don't
know
mind.
what, we're the board.
It's a public meeting, and they can go outside and listen to it. Although it's not streaming the video, the audio is. So there's no secrets here.
You wanted secrets when we were hiring
I
other
said there's no
people.
secrets here.
All right, so should we go alphabetically?
Yes.
I would
David.
say yes.
Are you okay with doing that?
By their last name, that'd be fine. Let's go by their last name.
All right, I think we're going to call the first one on the list.
Did we agree on something? Can we go by the list?
I'm just going to go down the list.
Okay.
If y'all agree with that, let's just do down the list. Easier, right?
Yeah.
Are y'all okay with that?
Yes.
All right, good. Let's go ahead and start with Alan, please. Kaplan. Go ahead.
Oh, I made this chair available for you so you don't have to stand up.
to get a chair.
And if there's a green light flashing on that, then you're ready to go.
Thank you.
I do. All right, so we're going to start with Director Flores and then work our way like
And then
that.
the next time go this
Yep,
direction?
we can do that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan, for joining us this evening. Just wanted to ask, if you were appointed to the board, what committee would you be interested in sitting down? Where do you think your strengths are that you can contribute here to the board? And do you think that committees should make decisions for the board or be advisory to the board?
Well, I think my strength is probably financial and auditing, which I happen to have some experience on. But also, I think that as far as the committees, I think the committees should not speak for the board. I think 3 votes should speak for the board, and that the board ought to speak after 3 votes, and that the board should always speak with 1 voice after a vote. And I think that's bottom line of board governance, is that you should have your position, debate it, and after the votes are taken, the board should speak as a board. And I think the board committees, one of the things I think I'm going to be interested, if I should get appointed, is communications. And I'm a big proponent of transparency. And I think as an elected board, even though this would be an appointed position, David, as an elected board, you have responsibilities to your constituents. And I think very much for complete transparency. I don't think there ought to be very much in the way of secrets, though I understand the law allows executive sessions for litigation, personnel, and those types of things. I think that should be limited as much as possible.
Okay.
I hope that answers
Yeah,
your question.
absolutely. Thank you. What positive actions would you like to bring to the district?
Well, one would be more communication with the homeowner, with the constituents. I think it's hard because, you know, you're an elected body that generally doesn't get a lot of votes and is at the bottom of the ballot. And so it's hard to get people interested. But I think there should be ways now to get more communications out. I would talk about newsletter. I'd talk about using the resources the district has to get out what's going on in the district. And I think people would appreciate that. Don't necessarily mean they'll show up to all the meetings and vote, but I think that they should know. And homeowners here, 1,900 homes or some approximately, there should be more participation in decisions. And I think communications and better communications would be an important point.
I would agree. We'll agree with you. Thank you, sir. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Barbara?
Your letter of interest states that you were on the ACC Board of Trustees for 18 years. Can you tell me what the ACC Board is responsible for, and what was your role as a member of the board?
Yeah. Well, I was elected 4 times. In 1994, 2000, 2006, and 2012. And left the board in 2017, January 2017. I served vice chair of the board 3 times and secretary a couple times. Basically, the board, the Boston Community College Board, is one of 50 districts in the state. It's an elected board. We had a 6-year term. As I used to say, us and you as senators, but had 6-year terms. But we were responsible for the policies of the college and the college district. We very really, of course, we were obviously the number one responsibility was to appoint, hire, and fire the president and CEO, now a chancellor, and that was the number one thing we did. Of course, we were responsible for passing the budget. And when I left the board, it was about $440 million, I think. And it's higher now. We were also responsible for tuition and what the rates were for students to attend. We were also responsible for setting up programs and being for student success, making sure our students completed. And of course, with another big responsibility, which I was kind of the forefront on, was building campuses. When I was first elected to the board, ACC had 5 campuses, 21,000 students approximately. And when I left the board, we had 11 campuses and 70,000 students. So the responsibilities were enormous, but we did make sure that our president and the administration knew what we expected of them, and we reviewed them on a yearly basis.
Great answer. How much do you currently know about the business of the MUD? Have you been watching from home, and if so, for how long? How have you been involved with your neighbors or the greater MUD most recently?
Probably about 16 or 17 years. I guess we moved into the MUD. I'm fairly familiar what municipal utility districts do, what they're supposed to do. I'm familiar. Obviously, I pay a bill. I just put it in the mailbox. The water bill and the fire, etc. I understand that the district, contracts with Cedar Park for services, and so I'm aware of that. I'm fairly aware of what I've done with my neighbors. And in the old days, we used to have a parade on July 4th that somehow my wife and I were in charge of for 3 years or 4 years. And we kept fairly up with what's going on with the mud. I mean, we know what the mud does and how it should do it, and we've been kind of big supporters of the neighborhood association, though I haven't gone to a meeting in a few years, I think. So I'm fairly aware of what the MUD does. I'm also aware that the MUD basically outsources its administration to Inframark, and I'm also aware that there are other vendors that the MUD has to think, and whoever you finally got to clean the mess up, thank you. I know you all had a problem with your first vendor on that, and so looks pretty good right now. Thank you.
So tell me this, what do you think the top priorities of this MUD should be, both financially and time-wise? Where do you see room for improvement in this MUD?
Well, obviously, I'm sort of a fiscal conservative. I think the MUD needs to live within its budget and within its revenue, and I think that's important. I think you want to give the people in the MUD the sense that, okay, we can handle this when we have a problem, and I know we're having a lift problem now.
Lift station?
Yeah. You know, there's money that needs to be spent, but you also want to make sure that you're not going to make the housing situation worse than it is here in this area. So I think that the MUD should function basically as a government, and should be aware when there are problems. And I know there's concerns about the young lady had, the young gentleman had about deed restrictions and things like that. And I think that's an important thing to be aware of. I'm not sure that I would not go into the legalities of that, but I think we need to just generally make the citizens of our MUD comfortable with the fact that problems will be taken care of and things will work out and will be paid for.
Well, then I have only one final question for you. As I'm sure you are aware, there are sections of this MUD district that have an HOA, and there are sections that do not. What are your beliefs about the MUD using tax dollars for enforcement of the sections of the neighborhood that do not have an HOA? Do you believe that the sections that do have an HOA should be using the dues they pay for their deed enforcement, or MUD tax dollars?
I probably can't get much into the legalities. I'm not an HOA fan, just generally. I know there's been a lot of, obviously, litigation and thought around the state about HOAs. HOAs can be very restrictive, and in my opinion, sometimes get into the property owner's business, and I'm not a fan of that generally. But HOAs are a legal entity, and under state law they have some standing. So I think it's hard to say. And I'm not in an HOA where I live, okay? But we have a neighborhood association, so we can advocate potentially for things. There's Valente Hills, and then there's Lakeline Oaks here that do have HOAs, and I would be not tempted to mess with it much, but I think we need to understand property owners have rights also.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Very good.
How do you how to conduct face-to-face meetings?
Excuse me?
How do you conduct face-to-face meetings?
How do I conduct face-to-face meetings? I respect, first of all, the people I'm meeting with, or the persons I'm meeting with. I'm also very careful to not take positions that are set in stone. Things change, and I'm very aware that people have opinions, and I respect those opinions. One of the reasons I think I was able to get reelected 3 times or 4 times was that I understood everybody has an opinion. Everyone sort of thinks they know what's going on, and I respect that. I don't use my positions or have used my positions to lord over anyone. That's not what elected officials or appointed officials should do. They should be open and aware that people have different opinions. And so I conduct meetings, but that is also not to say that I don't believe that I'm more a pragmatist, I guess, than anything else. And I believe things need to get done at some point. And so, you know, you can have meetings about an issue forever and never get it solved. But there comes a point where if you're the person who has to make the decision, you need to make a decision. So.
Second question, do you think integrity is an important part of serving on the board?
Yes. As one of my colleagues used to say, I was elected 4 times, undefeated and unindicted. And so I believe that you have a ethical and important point to be a person who people can trust and know that when they say something, that's what they mean. I try not to get into the politics of, you know, are you a conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican? You know, that's really not what local government should be about. And so I'm a big supporter and big thought that local government needs to be touch their constituents. And if you are trustworthy and if you can talk to someone and they know what you're saying is the truth, and that you know, I believe that. I think that's integrity is everything. If you're not going to be someone who people can trust, you're not going to be able to do the job. It's just that simple.
Thank you. I have one more. How much do you think that it matters to have the public support for the person who fills this position?
I think it's important, you know. I think, you know, I guess it's because I've spent so many years being a policymaker on different boards and things, that you have to build that trust. And it's everything. Because if you don't, what you do is not going to matter. It really, in the end, it's not going to matter. So.
Well, you've done that with this neighborhood for a long time, so I really thank you for that. I mean, I remember when my kids were little, so
thank you.
When you did all the
Great. You got anything?
I do. So with your experience working with ACC and boards and teaching about conducting boards and meetings, what qualities make a great board member?
Quality. I think that, you know, the thing I do best is I get along with everyone. I really do. When I first joined the Austin Community College Board, it was a fairly divisive board. I understood that I couldn't fix that myself, that I had to have the cooperation of, 9 board members, or at the point, and it took 2, 3, 4, 5 years before that board came around to trusting each board member and understanding that that's important. And I think it's what I do the best, besides start organizations and found them. I think I do the best working with folks and trying to make everybody feel that they're important and that they can participate and be part of the board in this case, and that no one person is going to be able to change things, because that's not the way government works. It just isn't.
All right. So as you have been following, and I think Director Faber asked a question along this line, I mean, you've watched some of the issues that we've been having for the past couple of years, right?
Sure.
So my question to you, why the interest now?
I must say that I'm doing less these days, and I have time. So some of that is I can attend board meetings, I can do professional development, I can go to conferences and do those kind of things. That makes you a better board member, and actually the only thing I'm on the A+ Federal Credit Union Supervisory Committee, and that's pretty much what I do. And so, I have the time. And when I saw this, when Megan Duda resigned, and I saw that I don't know where I picked up the notice from, to tell you the truth, but I did. And I said, sure, I'll apply. It's not going to make me happy or sad. There's a lot of good people, clearly, who can serve. But I'm willing to use my experience and do what I can to help. That's really the only reason.
Excellent. Well, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Alan.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we have number 2, Carol Norrell.
I didn't think Laurel was that early on the list.
It's by first name.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Oh dear. There's the,
There.
well, it's worse there.
Yeah, the blinds don't go any further.
That's all right. If it's all right, that, I know it belongs in now, so that's good. All right. Do you start with questions, or do you?
Yeah, let's start with questions, and now it is Director Jones' turn, so go for it.
I'm going to ask the same questions.
Okay.
How do you conduct face-to-face meetings?
Well, that's a good one. It's simplistic to say it's face-to-face. There are a great many skills, and I've taught them as in public speaking, and to large groups, small groups. I've done that. Early on in my life, actually, I was a debate coach and public speaking and persuasive speech coach for Victoria High School down that way. That's a big high school. But nevertheless, there's some statements like you learn how to listen, and you also listen to learn. And you need to do both of those. Working with people is, an important part of that is eye contact. It is. and then body cues, and when you're talking with someone, how they're responding to you, when it's time for you to be the listener and not the talker. So I've done, much of my career has been in that area, and I've taught a lot of things, a lot of courses, trainings with fairly large groups, sometimes small groups, and conducted some classes that were actually adjudicated juveniles. It was parent training for adjudicated juveniles, and that's a tough audience. Parents who didn't want to be there in the first place. And so, I won't belabor the point with you, but I could tell you lots of stories along those lines. But it's important to be able to be a good listener and to be able to look at people, to talk to people and not around them or above them and so forth. But listen.
I have another question for you. I have a couple actually. I heard you say one of the times when you were speaking, I think it was, that you have some experience with emergency situations with like homes and stuff, like what we had with the ice storm.
Oh,
but can you share some of your past experience?
Yeah, well, my life, my experiences of life are across a wide berth. I've done a great many things in a lot of arenas, business-wise, as well as public service and so forth. But a huge part of my early career, even when I was a teenager, as far as that goes, we had a contract, a bunch of us teenagers, of cleaning brand new homes. And that's a big, tough job, folks. That's a dirty job, heavy-duty job, cleaning new buildings. And so maybe that was my start. I don't know. But growing up in Corpus Christi area, my first job right out of high school, I went to work for one of the biggest home builders in Corpus Christi, which is Pyramid Homes. And at that time, they were building subdivisions with all the infrastructure that may go into that matter, into those things. And it was Faro Country Club with a golf course and all the things that are involved in that. And it just seemed to be where I got started. I don't know, but I married into one of the largest extended home builder businesses in Corpus Christi area. That's Norrells and Tuckers, and that was my life. And so I won't go over all the businesses of what we did or not do, but emergency situations is hurricane country, and that's serious business when it's a bad hurricane. And homes are destroyed, all kinds of things. Rarely, we had freezes in Corpus Christi, and there you would have a good number of homes that had pipes in the ceilings, and you talk about a mess, But nevertheless, with hurricane season events that take place, you have loss of utilities, all kinds of things that go on, and people are in dire needs. So when you are in the position to, yes, we were builders, I guess it's our business and we needed to make money, of course, but you need to be able to get out there and give a fair bid and get those things going so people can get their homes repaired and get back in them. And I did that. I was part of the crew. I went out and I measured. I climbed on roofs. I measured floors. I measured a whole lot of things. I inspected. I learned how to inspect what was real water damage, and et cetera, et cetera. I know I'm wordy. I apologize up front for that, but I'll try to stop, so.
That's okay. Do you think integrity is an important part of serving on the board?
Yes, of course. Within the arena that you work, whatever it is, it's important for people to have faith in you, to feel like they can put their trust in you. And so that's an integrity and trust. Those are intertwined in one another. To conduct ourselves with integrity, you don't learn necessarily to have integrity. It's taught to you somewhere along the line, maybe beginning parents, I don't know, but and there are many theories, and there's certainly a lot of dissertations written on that particular topic. Character education evolved or raised its head in the late 70s, I think, is when we had the first advent of character education in public schools. My own dissertation in a doctoral program was on the effects of character education. I had just remembered that at this particular moment. But integrity, honesty, dependability, trust, those are the ingredients of making a quality organization that can flow and grow. And without that, there's a tendency in human nature, in all of us, little kids to adults, we have a tendency to build a shield of protection when there's a sense of not trust being around. And that inhibits and stops. I've taught, again, a lot of things with teachers in terms of how you communicate with kids. And there are certain things that will cause a kid to shut down and they no longer hear you. Or sit, because you remember the old Peanuts cartoon, if you ever saw it, where you just see the children and only the feet of the adults, and you hear the mumble, mumble, mumble going on. That's all you ever hear the adults. When kids don't trust you, whatever you're saying is much like that. They don't hear it. And guess what, folks? Adults are not too different from that. So trust, integrity are outstandingly important.
I have another question. With the boards that you've been on, what do you think from the past boards that you've served on? How do you think you can bring that to this board? And your mentoring, if you can put the board and mentoring together, because I know you've done a little bit of both.
Okay, all right. Well, yes, I've been on a number of boards. In my lifetime, I've been on Chamber of Commerce boards. I've served on what, I won't spell it all out, it's the CRCG. That's a 12-state agency collaboration of services, and I've been on that to represent 5 counties on that. I've, what did I say? I've been in Chamber of Commerce, I've been on that. I have been, groundwater board. Before I came here, I was on groundwater board for a number of years. I was secretary there. We dealt with water from a different angle. Groundwater is what we were focused on there, but it still comes under the same category of rules. That was extremely important. The board, probably the most interesting one that I've had to work with over time was the Board of Superintendents. I was Director of Special Education Services for 5 independent school districts and covering 5 counties. But 10 superintendents, independent-minded people that they are, highly assertive people that they are. And so they're all extremely protective of their own little or very big budgets. And funneling into me were federal funds for services, which in a cooperative, you do that because of services that are needed, and you have to find them. Because a tiny little school district is just as responsible as Houston ISD. And so it's very hard to get those services. So I worked hard at finding contracts, hiring employees, and all that kind of thing. And all the while, working with the personalities of these superintendents who were protecting their individual budgets out there. So, and I think I did well. I think I did. I won't say it was always smooth sailing, but I've worked with large groups of boards throughout my lifetime.
Last question is, how much do you think it matters to have the public support for the person who files for this position?
All right. I want to say I'm very appreciative. I'm extremely appreciative of the people who stepped out on my behalf. I will be honest with you and say I had no idea that was coming. I did not. I did speak with my immediate neighbors. That's all I did. And so I'm very appreciative of that. But to answer your question, to have support, again, I think it ties back to what we were talking about, integrity and trust. They need to trust you. They need to feel that they can rely upon you, that you're going to carry through, that they can talk to you. And if there is that feeling that we are a working team together, then they're more willing to do that. We need to be very conscientious of the residents, the people. We need to be very conscientious of their needs and their time. to protect their time as much as we possibly can. But to have an ear to hear what are their needs or, what's troubling them. And so that relationship, I think makes this board run smoothly. I think it does. And I think it helps us to make better or good decisions along the way if they feel like they are with you.
Director Flores?
That would go this way.
Yeah, I'm the last one, so that's what I'm doing. I'm skipping, we're
Oh,
going.
I'd like to
Oh,
be
you're right.
last.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, I'd like to be last on another round. I mean, you don't have to go last, there's no reason for
Do you want to go?
me next? No, I want you to go next. We're moving
Okay,
down the
David,
road.
can you go?
He's the president right now.
He isn't the president, he's the vice president.
He can check.
Do you want to go?
I thought we were going
That's what I thought too.
this way, back and forth.
That's what I thought we agreed.
Well, if you follow the pattern, I've been skipping myself, and I'm the last one. So in that case, you're going to be next.
Okay, I'm ready. Carol, I don't see it on your application, but it's my understanding that you are on the HOA board for your neighborhood, Valente Hills.
Yes.
What position do you fill on the board, and how long have you served on that board?
I'm a board member on the board. I don't have an office, How long have I, well, the last election was, the most recent, was that May or November, I can't recall now. But the last term is when I was elected to be on the board.
How long have you served? How many years?
Is it 2 years now, I believe? I think it was 2 years ago that the election was.
I don't live in your
Well, I
HOA, so I don't know.
apologize to you.
2
because
years?
I
Okay.
really hadn't thought that through. Exactly.
Because when I looked on Valente Hills, it says you're the secretary and the treasurer. Do you hold that role?
I wasn't aware of that. No.
You haven't looked at the Valente Hills website?
No.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
you're the secretary and the
I think I must have
treasurer.
missed that. No, I went to every meeting, okay, so there was no vote for me, but maybe I will look that up, Linda.
Again, I don't know how that works in an HOA because I've never lived in one.
Uh-huh.
And when I was doing my research,
Well, I'm glad you brought
when
that to
I
my
thought,
attention.
oh, look, she's the treasurer and the secretary.
No,
That's pretty good.
No.
Okay.
In fact, when you're asking me that, let me go ahead and say this to you. One of the things that I checked on was serving on that board and this board as well. And certainly with Valente Hills, I talked with them, and they said there is no governance issue there at all, and they were fine with it and hoped that I would not leave. And I said, well, most likely that if I will be chosen to fill this board position here, I will relinquish my position on the Valente HOA. So
Why would you make that decision?
this is a very busy job, and I'm guessing one of you is going to ask me some more questions about that. This job requires more than just showing up for the meeting. It requires that you do lots of homework. It requires that you stay up on what's new from the legislature. That used to be one of my jobs when I had cooperative. But you have to do this. You need to be able to do and Linda, you do a good job with that. Is in doing research, hunting up things, finding out what the situation really is. And I know from past experience of being with the groundwater board, yes, that required a great deal of that.
So, a part of that HOA business is,
Okay.
are you aware that during the last Mud Board election, a meet and greet was arranged by the Valente Hills HOA on October 18th, 2022?
Yes.
You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Did you attend?
I did not.
You didn't attend. That invitation misinformed voters by saying there were only 3 candidates on the ballot. Can you explain why the HOA board did not offer all 6 candidates the opportunity to meet your membership, your HOA membership?
I think that's I'm smiling with you. I did not attend that because of an emergency in my family. I did not have the before information about the planning for that, nor did I have any information about after that. So I cannot answer you in an honest and open way. I have no idea who or how that was brought about.
Well, and I will leave this with you. This is the event invitation for all members of the HOA. And it does say, please come to meet the 3 candidates. So I was going to ask you, because you were on the HOA, and it was hosted by the president of the HOA and Valente Hills HOA. So it was the board's event. At least that's how it reads to me. I could be mistaken.
If the best of my remembrance is it was hosted at some, I believe her house.
Yes.
I believe it was hosted at her house.
Yes.
And I don't know exactly, and she probably wrote that, but.
I would think, yes.
I'm surmising at the moment that she invited those that were her friends.
No, actually, it says members of Valente Hills. But that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
So, but the event does not appear to be inclusive, but rather using the position of the HOA board of Valente Hills to influence the outcome of an election. And I'm not a fan of that. As you might expect, I'm not a fan of that.
I think that's about.
So,
Okay, I want to make sure that we just asking questions
That
and
is
not
a question.
attacking our people,
It is,
the people
that's
that we're
a- I
asking.
have a
Okay,
question.
just please,
I
let's
had
just
a
keep
question.
order, let's move on, ask questions, and limit the attacking.
that is not an attack, that was a
It
question.
is sounding like an attack.
Currently, your HOA has their own deed enforcer, but until the resignation of Sage, the MUD was paying them as well to record violations in Valente Hills, effectively having 2 enforcers. Why do you feel it was necessary to have 2 enforcers for 123 homes in Valente Hills?
Well, I think what you have discovered is a conundrum, okay? You have discovered what is a paradox of events that was created way long ago. It's not a current something that was established. Valente Hills in and of itself had the HOA that established its rules and regs, et cetera, and those were in place when the subdivision was developed and it was beginning, and it began early. Now, Valente Hills is indeed a part of MUD, and so MUD has the part of the services that are provided within the MUD is the restriction enforcements, and it is all inclusive. Now, MUD could, I suppose, vote to negate or not cover those that cover their own, or those who cover their own could have to go through the HOA process of making some changes there. But they could negate and just accept what comes from the MUD. And that has been a topic of discussion, both among neighbors. I've not ever attended one of those discussions, but I have heard feedback on the topic. And I'm honest about it. I pay my Valente Hills dues, and it covers partly that. I pay all that I'm supposed to pay through Infomark, well, whomever it may be, but to the MUD. And that's the way it is. Now, do we seek to change it? That's an appropriate thing to discuss.
Well, I was really hoping that you were going to be able to tell me the benefits from maybe your service provider, what they were providing for Valente Hills.
If you want me to tell that, I apologize to you that I did not understand
Well,
that's what you were asking me.
I thought maybe I would glean some information here on why Valente Hills had 2 enforcers.
Well, it's because of the conundrum. I told you what it is. It's because it's the way it is. Now, do I have some benefit from that? Depending on whether you like getting sightings or not, I suppose. I've had one, and I was a brand new resident just out of the hospital, barely standing and walking, and I got one of those little sweet flyers in the mail. And I thought, what the is this? You know, and someone said that, and it was a picture and said, you can see my garbage can. And I thought, no, it's not, it's in the garage, what's the deal? Lo and behold, guess what I discovered? There was another garbage can on the side of my house that didn't belong to me. But, you know, there was the picture that it came through Valente Hills. It did not come through the MUD. And to my knowledge, well, I know I've never received another one from that. So the only one I ever received in my lifetime, or being here, has been through Valente Hills, not from the MUD.
Okay, I'll move on. As I'm sure you are aware, there are sections of this MUD district that have an HOA and sections that do not. What are your beliefs about the MUD using tax dollars for enforcement in the sections of the neighborhood that do not have an HOA? And do you believe that the sections that do have the HOA should be using the dues they pay for their deed enforcement, or should MUD tax dollars pay for that?
Well, I think actually that in fact, I believe a speaker came here once to speak to the MUD about it, if I remember correctly. We were the ones who brought this matter to the forefront. Valente Hills was the one who brought this to the forefront. And the question was asked through the HOA person who was here at that time, or at that meeting, we would like to find some way to resolve this. Because in theory, or in reality, we are in Valente Hills paying for two services. And do we get a benefit out of that? I'm not sure. That's questionable. Valente's a very nice neighborhood. And quite honestly, I've never seen a yard in Valente that was not mowed, trimmed, taken care of in every way. There are a few places where there's some folks a little slow about getting garbage cans out of the way. I don't see anybody. I'm around and about in the neighborhood. My neighbor Rita was here tonight talking, and she's a walker, bless her. She walks at minimum of 2 miles every day, and she used to walk 5 until she had some heart problems this year. But she knows a whole lot about a whole lot of neighborhoods, and if she ever sees anything in Valente, she lets me know. but there's just not much there to be taken care of. So as far as the MUD's effort, they've probably really not had to do much in terms of what they've looked at in Valente.
Well, yeah, and you are an HOA section.
That's correct.
So,
that's correct.
Do you believe the sections that don't have an HOA, that your tax dollars should be used to enforce restrictions in those sections?
Are you talking about my tax dollars?
Well, your tax dollars pay for it.
Okay, all right. Your question is, do I think my tax dollars should pay for those subdivisions who don't have an HOA?
And not just yours, let me be clear.
I understand.
The collective we in Texas.
The collective we, but you were primarily focusing on those who do have an HOA. Now let me say this to you, Linda. I shouldn't use the word again, and so I won't. But it is in its own way a paradox of events and of services that are provided. It has been addressed, particularly by Valente Hills, that we are paying, in theory or reality, we are paying taxes in 2 places for one service. And so, yeah, I would like to see us get a break. But if your question is, do I think it's fair if those of us who have HOAs, is it fair for our tax dollars to be spent over on those who don't have an HOA? Well, in the broad picture, in the scope of appreciating what our service is as a MUD, one of those, I won't go through the whole list, but one of those is to maintain property values. And what happens across over there and over there, in its own way, has an effect on all of us in every one of the communities that we live in. So there is the collective we. We do have a responsibility beyond my little postage stamp yard, okay? We do. And that's not just our dues to take care of our yards. That's our whole community of services. That's our whole community of collaboration. That's our whole community of a good place to live. And so, yeah, I'd like to see us work it out where I could get a break somewhere along the way, you know. But I'm not going to battle over that one because I think there is benefit to us all for what we have right now.
That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
Well, since we're on the topic of deed enforcement, just wanted to see and ask, do you think that overnight parking and trash cans visible from the street have any effect on our property value?
To a degree. To a degree. Is it going to drastically damage your property value to the point that nobody wants to buy your house? No, but I will tell you this. Any realtor who takes his customers, and I know a great deal of realtors, work with them a lot, when they take customers around to look at houses, one of the things they're looking at, how many cars are on the street. I have heard realtors say, well, back up, let me say it come out of conversation, that it said, well, come drive through the neighborhood after dark and see what the difference is in the daytime. People who are serious about investing in homes, if they're wise buyers, they will look at more than just the redecoration inside the house. And I know myself, I've lived a life of being a home builder, a home repairer, and when I first came to this area to move, making the decision to move to this area, I lived in an apartment, collectively in an apartment in Austin for 3 years while still living back home because I still had duties and responsibilities there. So I was back and forth. So for 3 years I was studying where did I want to buy property. And I looked at outlier areas and communities and various things and visited all kinds, David. And you like outliers because in my heart I'm still a Texian, okay? I like a little space, but I live on my postage stamp yard, you know. But when I would go outside where you didn't have all the amenities that you have within the mud, I wanted to know, was the water well grandfathered or was it new? I wanted to know if the septic system was grandfathered or was it new. Tell me something about all of that. And if a realtor couldn't tell me something, I was through. If they couldn't find me some information. So when you ask me that question about affecting property values, yes, to a degree, what parks on the street has an effect on it.
I should have rephrased it, sorry. It's because we're here and things affect our taxable property value, not our property value that was sells. Deed enforcement is for, to protect the taxable value of our homes. So, and,
okay, well,
there's a difference between property value and taxable.
You're right, I agree with you. There are three different kinds of values that are placed on your property, that's true.
So if appointed, what committee would you like to sit on? Where do you think your strengths are? And do you think that the committee should make decisions for the board or be advisory to the board?
The committee should be advisory to the board. Now, well, that's a correct statement, just flatly there. The committee should be advisory to the board. The decisions is at the board level, okay? But I think a wise board will listen to a committee. I think committees are right in bringing recommendations to the board. Yeah, I've seen that repeatedly from government, high-level governments on down. I have seen that a committee make a report and we make the recommendation today that such and such be made. And so, but that's a clear difference. So, did I answer all of it?
What committees would you like to?
Oh, yes, you asked me that. You know, I went through the list and I didn't get much information. There are 14 listed. That's an awful lot of committees lines. And I had asked a former board member, I said, why are there so, and particularly where money matters were concerned, but why are there so many of these committees? And of course, that particular board member, past board member, said to me he didn't realize that there were that many. And I don't know if they've grown over time or what. I would be hard pressed today to tell you I want to be on this or that committee. If you're asking me what are my strengths, did you also say that as well? My strengths, I've dealt with budgets for a long time, David. I've developed them, I've run them, I've staff that takes care of them. I'm fairly good with budgets, running finances and so forth. But I also think, David, I'm pretty darn good at getting along with people. And I mean that sincerely.
So do you think that you'd be interested in dealing with the residents? Because I think there's a big issue with residents moving to this district, not knowing that they live in a mud district, that they live in the city of Cedar Park. Yeah. Huge. Everybody I talk to that's new, oh, I didn't know I was in mud. So would you be okay with sitting on a committee to talk to these people to say, hey, this is where you live? Because I think that communication is very much needed.
I would be delighted to do that kind of thing. I smile when you say that, is, when I bought my home, I went through all the nitty-gritty, and I'm a reasonably smart buyer. I don't say that I'm the smartest one, but I ask all kinds of questions, and a realtor has an obligation to reveal all kinds of things. And it was there in plain language, it was there, mud. And I asked that question, what is a mud? Well, the explanation came, and okay, that sounds fine, coming out of an atmosphere of living a lifetime in the country where I took care of the water well myself, and if a pipe broke, I fixed it, this was a whole new world. So I was becoming a city girl, and, but I was introduced and I asked a few questions. Okay, fine. I talked to the realtor, I say my realtor, I talked to him in this process. I asked him some questions here just the other day. And I told him, I said, you didn't explain this well enough to me.
Most realtors don't.
Yeah, well, because
They want to sell the house.
They want to sell the house. That's
Exactly.
I understand that. But
Okay,
yes.
that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so my question, what role do you think you would play on the board?
Role?
Yep.
Well, I hope that I would be a stalwart board member, that I would be a conscientious one who would read the documents. I'm concerned a little about what I seem to pick up. I don't see it in print, but my past experience on boards was that everything had to be in for the board packet by a certain time of the day on a certain day. And nothing came in after that. And so then I had it there to read and to study and to build what I was, or to ask questions about something I didn't understand. But and perhaps I'm wrong, but I seem to hear that things come in at different times. And so if I were on the board, I would like to seek to that end, that we can get our stuff together and get it in, so we can all have a fair chance to work with it. I'm pretty good at agendas. I think I'm honest. And in preparing for this here, I thought to myself, what in the world can I tell you or expand on that I haven't already told you? And part of that, what I did was, and I had a list. What if I were to be able to give you a speech tonight of all the things I did in preparing for this tonight. But one of those things I did was a self-review. I wanted to look how I presented myself to you all. I'm not sure how y'all have all received me. And it was soul searching. It was, I talked with a counselor about it. I did some praying about it with someone. I hope and pray that I presented myself to you as an honest, conscientious, hardworking person. That's what I've been for a very long time in a lot of arenas. And that's what I'll be here. If you're asking me about a position, I'm open to whatever position seems to be the feeling of the board that I should fill. I don't know. But I'm a participant, and I speak up, and that's who I am.
All right, thank you. And my last question is, what qualities make a great board member?
Okay, qualities of a great board member. Well, certainly we talked a great deal about honesty, integrity, trust, building trust. These are extremely important for any elected official. People have got to believe in them, or else they don't elect you again. That's the way it works, But if they've got to believe in you, they won't follow you. They won't cooperate with you. It's proven, research shows us that in the school world, school teachers are, grossly underpaid. But if they feel that they're appreciated and respected and wanted, they will work their tails off. They will. And they will burn the midnight oil night after night, doing things for kids, if they have faith in the administration that they're working with. But when that breaks down, that's when teachers become legalistic. Clock says I can go home, I'm out of here. I don't stay late anymore. It's just the way human nature is. And so, when you ask me that question, we've got to have that kind of a relationship that we can present and be around. And what Mr. Kaplan or Honorable Judge Kaplan said earlier, that communication, these all are intertwined, they're ducktailed together. They don't exist in isolation. Communication, we're talking about getting with people, showing that you care, listening to people. Those are extremely important things.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, did you? Okay.
We're done. We got you. Thank you so much.
All right, next is Cynthia Kimball. And we'll start with you, Director Flores.
Good evening, Mrs. Kimball. If appointed to the board, what committee would you be interested in? And you could bring your strengths to those committees.
Well, kind of a question with two answers. One is, where are my talents? And the other is, where are you needed? So I'll go anywhere I'm needed.
And
I
your
currently
talents?
have my own digital marketing agency, so I see that, I think you all call it management information. 1980s term, I wasn't sure what it was. Management information systems or something like that. Anyway, the NOT website can help with that. But really the reality is, you roll up your sleeves and you pitch in, do what's needed.
All right. And just because I'm asking everybody, do you think that the committees should make decisions for the board or be advisory to the board?
It should be advisory. I don't think that merits a lot of discussion.
Yeah, that does.
And I think we're all in agreement, so.
What positive action would you like to bring to the district?
Well, I put it in my letter, but to say it openly and publicly, as I begun to get involved with the MUD and understand who it is as an entity, why it is, how it functions, it's really not easy. There's this water board, and there's these sections, and I'm like, where are these governing documents of which, you conduct and operate as an entity? It's not really clear cut. This is a weird animal. So I think if there were some way, maybe with the help of council and taking field trips, and we could visit other MUDs and find out exactly how can we get this operating. It's kind of like trying to operate your machinery and not have any directions. That's how I see it. It's like, we need a playbook. That's the way it appears to me. I haven't been doing this nearly as long as some of you, but so if there's a way to do that, I think that would be a huge help, which in the end, would result in a clear mission statement. Who we are, what we're doing, why we're doing what we're doing, and then following the line, how does the budget fit with that? So we'd probably like to do a lot of things. We may not have the budget for everything. Then again, I'm not really clear on the bonds. Bonds are going to be paid off. Does that mean we have more money? I'm not really clear, and I'm not sure anyone in my neighborhood, on my street that I've talked to knows. So communication would be helpful. The MUD to the members, not just saying, oh, it's posted on the website. That's not really communicating. That's called a pull communication. Pushing is where you find a way to talk to your members. Send out text, send out phone calls. I used to live in Westlake Hills. I don't even know how to get off. I still get their phone calls. And when the ice storm happened, I listened to every one of their phone calls because our MUD didn't send one out. And their information was helpful. Oh, do this, do that, wrap your pipes, it's coming. it's gonna be worse, whatever. And so it was an automated phone call that went out to everybody. And so that's a way to communicate that's actually very cost effective. Internal communications with board members, I'd like to see that kind of communication improved. That's really, I think, all the issues that I saw, things that I would like to work on.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr.
No,
Director.
Your interest letter included 4 points of improvement opportunities, which begins with reevaluating the mission of the MUD and prioritizing based on the explicit purpose of the MUD. What business areas do you see that the board is spending time and money on that are not directly correlated to the primary purpose of the MUD? And if you'd like to define what you feel is the purpose of the MUD, I'm listening.
Well, that's, answer is also twofold. One is, as a member, I'd like to make sure that my water is working well, and that comes in, I think, 3 different forms: our wastewater, our septic, and our drinking water. So there's technical terms for that, but that's how we all think about it as non-MUD people. So, I mean, as a member, and realizing that some of my money is going, my tax money is going to this district, and you guys are decision makers, I'm like, I want to make sure as a member, you guys are taking care of my water. All 3 of those parts. And I don't really know what the board is doing. I don't think the board has been effective in communicating that to me. And I've been paying attention. So I've heard some problems, but there's still a lot that I don't know. And I try to garner information off your website, which is convoluted. It's horrible to navigate. I can't find anything that I want to know about. I'm sure it's all there, because I've heard Mackenzie say a million times, it's on the website, it's on the website. But if you can't get it, you're not communicating. And this is my business. This is how I've been making a living for almost 15 years, is digital marketing. So if I can't find it, who is the person who's not technologically minded gonna find it? So I think I got off track. So what did I want? You said, what would I want to change?
What business areas do you see?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know, sorry, thank you. I don't know if, water's the main thing, so I don't know about anything else. I wouldn't say yes or no. I would want to change. I need to know more information. But I worry about things like deed restriction. It's easy for me to say because I live in an HOA. And if somebody's parked on my street, or somebody, I think what they're doing is devaluating my property, I have a means to go and do that. So, everybody should have a means to go and do that, to protect their value, their home value. How they do it, I don't know. I don't know. I just did a search while that came up, and not that cities are great at their search engine optimization, but I couldn't find anything about either the county or the city and how they can help residents enforce their deed. But anyway, that's a topic I think that is paramount to many people. I've heard it over and over again. So I don't think it should be ignored, but I think we all should have the opportunity to protect our home value. How much the MUD should be involved, I don't know. I don't have enough information.
It's a fair answer. You also suggest in your letter of interest an improvement to constituent communications. How would you do that if you were appointed to the board?
Well, I mentioned in David's question, there are several ways to communicate to our MUD members. There's text, there's email, there's phone calls. The last option, of course, would be a postcard that costs more money per than the other 3. But there's some pretty, and you have one of the programs to reach out to people. You have a MailChimp program, I believe. I think Megan Dudo told me you have MailChimp. and you probably have the free version. It doesn't really even cost anything. What costs is knowing how to use it and operate it. And it's not that complicated really. So, I mean, and whether I'm appointed to this position or not, I just want to state for the record, I'm happy to help any member of the board, our attorney, our police officer, anybody. If you want to know, if you have anything to do with MUD, and you want to know about your realtor program, I will help you. Because it's important to communicate. Like, I wish I had gotten an email from the MUD about the last ice storm. You just want to hear from you. I'm not sure you could do anything, but we expect some kind of communication. In case you don't know. I mean, I remember I was young, I didn't know to wrap my pipes. I have several elderly neighbors that can't do that. I help them, but, maybe we can develop systems to help and build this community. Did I answer the question?
You did answer
I
that
get
question.
sidetracked here.
Thank
Okay.
you. You did. I have one final one for you, and then I'm done. And it's the same one I've asked all of them. As you are, I'm sure you're aware, there are sections of the MUD district that have an HOA, yours being one, and those that do not. What are your beliefs about the MUD using tax dollars for enforcement in the sections of the neighborhood that do not have an HOA? Do you believe that the sections that do have an HOA should be using the dues they pay for their deed enforcement or MUD tax dollars?
Okay, there's two questions. The first part is, what do I believe about the MUD using tax dollars to enforce deed restrictions? So the first question, I don't know what I believe about that, in the sense that I don't know what we're spending. And what are we getting? You'd have to give me more information. How much money have we been spending annually, monthly? How many complaints and violations do we get? How much does it cost us to enforce that? Have there been attorney fees associated with enforcing that? Is there another way to enforce that? What is this? And I don't know, you all probably know, but the city of Cedar Park or Williamson County, or are there other avenues, small claims courts, to enforce? And deed restrictions is a very nebulous term, in my opinion. What are we actually talking about? Weeds? Are we talking about somebody smoking weed? Right? I mean, like, there's a whole lot of, is it, one car out on the street, or are there 6 cars outside somebody's home overnight, every night? So some of this needs to be quantified. And perhaps with, I don't even know what our restrictions say, but because I have an HOA, so it doesn't affect me at the moment, but maybe there's a way to reduce cost by getting more clear on actually what is being enforced and covered. Maybe there's some things that could be handled by the county, maybe some things could be handled by the city, maybe the MUD would get involved in other things. Maybe citizens can learn to talk to one another. Maybe there's an education system, program, campaign that we could develop about how to help each other keep our values high. There's neighborhood watch for crime, why not neighborhood watch for our deed restrictions and to help everybody keep their property value up?
Is that it?
Same question. How do you conduct face-to-face meetings?
So what that means to me is face-to-face versus virtual. Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay. I don't know, for me it's kind of the same process. You want to establish a rapport. You want to have clear communication. What are we discussing? Who's going to, and I'm thinking more business meetings.
Yes.
What are we working on? Who's going to do what? In what time period? And what's the outcome? So, that's just, to me, a standard meeting. Doesn't really matter too much to me whether it's virtual or in person. It's the same process. I don't have any misconceptions about, I'm an extrovert though, so I don't have any problem in person or virtual. It all feels the same to me, yeah.
Okay. How did you hear about this position?
In a meeting, in a MUD meeting.
Do you think that integrity is an important part of serving on the board?
Of course. Now here's the question. So I'm asked back. It's not just about integrity, but like, what is integrity? Right? I mean, everybody likes to think I'm honest, I have integrity. Do others think you have integrity? And perception can be sorely wrong. Well, we had, for example, we had all the brush all over the neighborhood. If I spoke to you, and let's pretend you lived over in section 1 and I'm in Lakeline Oaks, we could be having a conversation or talking on next door, saying, oh, my brush isn't picked up. And you would say, I've had no problem. They came by, everything's looking great. Now, do you not have integrity, or do I not have integrity? We have different points of view. Doesn't mean you're wrong or I'm wrong. So I think integrity is an easy word to say. I think we have to be cautious about claiming whether others are or are not.
Okay. How much do you think it matters to have the public support for the person who fills this position? Oh, sorry.
So public support is an interesting terminology, and I heard what you said. I'm not sure if you mean respect, or you mean public support, or you mean something different, or in between, or all of those. Respect, to me, is, if that's what you mean, I think that's really important. People in the community, people on the board, respect whoever, you guys respect whoever you bring on the board. It's also important that their conduct merits respect of its members. So, it felt a little weird. I'll just gonna call the elephant in the room. It felt weird to me to have all these people come and support one candidate. I think any one of us could have done that. I'm not sure it's appropriate. So the fact that I didn't ask people to come here, I personally didn't feel that that's needed, required, or appropriate.
Word gets around, so people do more and more and more.
What do you mean?
I don't think that Carol knew one person that came in, maybe one or two people that came in here tonight, but I don't think she did.
Oh, you mean like she didn't ask them? They just came
Correct.
in because they knew she was running. Oh, well,
Correct.
that's fantastic. Okay, that's great.
If you were to ask for that, you can ask for that personally. But I just have this feeling.
No, that's great.
Okay, your turn.
So define integrity from your own perspective. What do you think integrity is?
Oh, boy.
I want to hear it.
Truth.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm not quite done. Don't move on yet. To do what's right, whether it's popular or you have public support or not. I'm done now.
Okay, thanks. I think the people elected us And the people that elected us expect from us to be respectful, right? To our position, respectful to the citizens. If you were to be appointed, how would you conduct yourself respectfully? What does that mean to you? And how would you do that?
How would I conduct myself
Respectfully.
in the meeting to others?
Meetings and to the public in general. Just give me some examples of what is respect to you.
Well, I'll tell you what other people have said about me. They've said that I always listen to the other side. That I definitely have my own opinions. I know I'm direct. Not interrupting others is, I think, a very good sign of respect. And I think at times, a lot of times, particularly in a situation like this with a board, we're not at a social event. This is a public forum. And I think it's important to carry an extra dose of decorum. So what you may say in your backyard is not what you're necessarily how you conduct yourself here. You can be relaxed in your backyard. Not that you, not being I'm not saying, oh, it's okay to be disrespectful in your backyard. I'm just saying that there's a honoring the position, honoring the place, and conducting yourself in a certain way that is definitely respectful. I don't know if
That's good.
quite answered your question.
And my last question is, what role do you think you would play on the board if you are appointed?
Role as in treasurer, secretary, or?
Not necessarily title, anything. What role do you see yourself, sort of developing or devolving or becoming if you are appointed? Does that make sense? So it doesn't have to be specific, whether secretary or treasurer. What do you foresee yourself?
I hopefully would bring a bridge to the table. There literally is a bridge here between one side and the other side. And it needs to be filled. It needs to be a strong bridge. There needs to be, it was the first meeting I was here, and I said, there needs to be a functioning board. What would be my role? Hopefully to help bridge a gap, to develop a more functioning board, where we could be respectful of one another, understand each other's point of view, and conduct the MUD's business. That's the role I would see myself in doing.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frank Herrera. He's not here.
He is here.
All right. Kelly.
Hello, good evening. May I approach? Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
like it. All right. Can I give an opening statement? Would you mind?
Sure.
I just wanted to introduce myself a little more. In December of 2000, my husband and my son and I bought our brand new Ryland home on Robbie Lane, and we lived there for 11 years. We welcomed 2 more children, and we bought an investment property in Andersonville West. And what we really wanted was to move to the country. But we wanted to move to the country without losing the schools and the shopping and the doctor's offices and the Starbucks. And so our compromise was to move to Shenandoah, right over there. And so I've been happily living in Shenandoah since 2011 to 2012. Oh, and I wanted to mention Chris O'Toole, who spoke first earlier, he bought my house. So it was cool to see him here. So I've lived in Shenandoah, as you saw probably in my letter of interest. I participated in the ESD. I served as a commissioner on the ESD for 3 years there. I volunteered with the Cedar Park Police Department as a victim services advocate from 2020 to 2022. And I'm here tonight out of a sense of civic duty, pretty much. I felt called to at least put myself forward. Not that my life isn't full enough, but I was called, and so I'm here. And so there's civic duty, but also what I feel like I bring is coming from a neutral position. I don't know any of you. I think we all agree. I have met Beth, and we're both band moms, and we met on Project Graduation last year. We were both on the committee. So I have an investment in this district, but I'm not emotionally invested in this district, and I think that's a real advantage because I think emotions I have seen can run very high on this board, and sometimes when we're emotional, we don't make the best decisions. And so I think that is an interesting perspective that is not currently present. My investment in this district is important to me, but like I said, it's not my primary residence, and so I'm not emotionally invested. Although, obviously, I love this area because I've been here for 23 years. So I loved living in the mud. When I was here, I never had any problems. I got a nasty ground about a board on my fence once, and once I didn't put my garbage can away after Christmas. But other than that, I didn't really have any issues. And so I will close and take your questions. Thank you for letting me speak.
I guess we'll start with where would you finish? Right here. Yeah.
Just going to be fair and ask the same questions. How do you conduct face-to-face meetings? Just the same way we're talking here now. I prefer to have an agenda. I'm not as loquacious as a lot of these people who have spoken before me, and that might be a good thing if you're looking to shorten your meetings. But I like to have an agenda. My boss made us take a personality test, and the personality test told me that my motto is or should be facts are facts. So I didn't know that was my motto until I read that, but I thought what an awesome motto because facts are facts. And so I like to deal with people openly and honestly and not waste a lot of time drifting to one side or the other. So, we have a job to do, so let's do it and, listen to each other. I really valued the training that we got as victim services advocate for the Cedar Park Police Department. And although it's going to sound funny when I say it, what that taught me to do in my life is to basically treat everyone like a victim. It sounds so weird, but it's about active listening and letting other people do more of the talking. And so you're not listening to respond, you're listening to understand. And so that's how I try to conduct myself with everyone at work, and in my own personal dealings. Do you think that integrity is an important part of serving on the board?
Yes, of course. I don't know who would say no to that. And because that's one of your questions, I assume that that must be very important to you. Is that a fair statement?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yes, of course, people being able to rely on you to keep your word, to be honest and above board, all those things are important qualities of board members.
Okay. How much do you think that it matters to have the public support for the position who fills this position?
I suspect you probably won't like my answer because I think you're referring to the campaign that's been going on in the community for Carol, who I think is just eminently qualified. I mean, what a fantastic candidate, but I have seen the posts on social media, encouraging people to write to you and to show up in favor of her. And I'm not sure if it's by rule or by statute that that the board is directed to appoint a temporary board member to fill the vacancy, but that's the method that's been set out to fill this vacancy. And so technically, and of course I have to go back to facts are facts, technically it's not important. What you guys decide to do is important.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, Director Fabry.
Your letter of interest includes an appointment to serve you served as a commissioner on Williamson County Emergency Services District. Can you tell us what role you played in the formulation of policies that govern the Emergency Service District and how you determined the district's vision, mission, and outcomes of district service?
Yes, and you have taken that verbatim from my letter. I recognize it, and I took that verbatim from the county website when I was making my resume. So I will tell you that is the official job description of a Williamson County Emergency Services District Commissioner. And now I will tell you in practicality what the ESD 11 does. Shenandoah had for a long time a volunteer fire department, and they had a gentleman's agreement with the city of Cedar Park at one point that we would donate all of our volunteer fire department equipment to them, including our truck, and that they would provide us fire service, and I guess in perpetuity with no end. And right around the time that I moved to Shenandoah in 2011, Cedar Park had said, okay, this is too expensive, we can't keep doing this, you are going to have to form an ESD and start paying for the fire service, for the emergency service that we provide to you. And so that is what some very hardworking neighbors of ours did. They canvassed the neighborhood, they got it on the ballot, and the Shenandoah residents voted ourselves an ESD, which in some ways is very similar to this MUD board. So there were 5 of us, and our job was to contract with the city of Cedar Park to provide our emergency services and set the tax rate. We did follow public meeting, open records. We took all that training, but basically we were paper pushers at our monthly meetings. And so we would go over the revenues, the tax revenues for that month and what our deposits were in the bank balance. And then we would determine if we were on target to pay our bill in December. And we just kept the ball rolling. So it's we have about 424 houses in Shenandoah. And so that is what we did. We just cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure that the fire trucks keep coming.
Thank you. My research on you led me to the TexasCottageFoodLaw.com website.
Oh, good.
Do you run this site?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about it, especially the work you did to pass legislative bills?
Oh, sure. And this is where I get loquacious and wordy, so I'm sorry, but it's my favorite thing to talk about. So, back when I lived on Robbie Lane, and I was a young mom, I started taking cake decorating lessons. And when you take cake decorating lessons, people start wanting to buy cakes from you. And that was really exciting to me. I thought, oh my God, like this could be my thing. I mean, my whole world was like sippy cups and diapers and the Wiggles, and I was like, this is my thing. You know, I could have my own little business. But I really wanted to do it right, and so like the internet wasn't what it is now. So I called the state and I called the county, and I was like, I'm ready for you to come inspect my house. I'm ready to come inspect my kitchen and give me my license, because I'm ready to start making cakes for people. And they were like, no, you can't do that. And that was so frustrating to me because I was on a cake forum where I knew people in some other states could do that from their home. And so I wrote a letter to my state representative, Dan Gaddis, at that time, and it turned out to be kind of, I guess it was fate, because it turned out that his mother had been an illegal cake decorator. And that issue really spoke to his heart. So he didn't respond the first session, but in 2009 he responded by filing the first cottage food bill. And that bill died because the health departments acted as if it was the end of the world. That people were just going to be dying all over from the homemade cupcakes, you know, period, full stop. But in 2011, we did pass the first Texas cottage food law, and since then we've expanded it. We expanded it in 2013, and we expanded it again in 2019, and we have another bill this session that I have very high hopes is going to pass. And like I said, back in the beginning, there were only a handful of states, 10 to 12 states back in 2009 that allowed legal home baking. And I truly believe that because Texas passed that law in 2011, today all 50 states have cottage food laws.
And just to follow up on this question, because at our last meeting, I'm not sure if you watch our meetings, but we identified a bill before the Senate that's already passed the House to allow backyard chickens.
Yes.
And that bill references this Texas cottage food law.
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with the chickens?
Yes, ma'am.
You did? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good to know.
And if you would like, I will be your House expert on HB 92 because it's also one of my priority pieces of legislation. And that part about the cottage food businesses that's in HB 92 is actually there because I asked for it, because I had a cottage food operator in Round Rock who was being harassed by her HOA, and they were not letting customers come to her house to pick up their cakes. So I'm very much a proponent of HB 92. Don't be scared of it.
I'm not scared
okay.
of it. I'm not scared
Do
of
not
it.
be.
Actually, I was impressed
okay.
when I did my Google search of you, and to see how you have literally taken an idea and turned it into a law. You literally followed a process to bring it through to the legislature. And my background is also testifying before the legislature, so I was absolutely drawn to that for that reason. What you did, the food law and the chickens, that's not my thing, but whatever you did that works, that's a good thing.
Everybody has their own thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you for answering that.
Uh-huh.
How much do you currently know about the business of the mud, and have you been watching from home, and if so, for how long?
I know, having been a previous resident, I know at a basic level the services that the MUD provides. I've been watching the meetings from home for maybe 18 months or so. But I'm a crazy person also. I love government. I mean at a nitty-gritty level, I love the legislature. I watch committee meetings for fun, people. So I watch your meetings for fun, I'm sorry.
They're entertaining sometimes. What do you think the top priorities of this MUD should be, both financially and time-wise? And where do you see room for improvement in this MUD?
Well, That's a lot of questions right there. I am fiscally conservative. I do think the MUD ought to operate within its means and be good custodians of the public's tax money. I think, as others have mentioned, I swear I'm not cribbing their answers, but I participate on Nextdoor, so I have seen people complaining about the lack of communication. That definitely is an area that needs improvement. And if there are any parts of your question I missed, you can remind me.
And the priorities, physically conservative, good custodians.
Yeah, and I am also interested in learning more about, I keep hearing about the lift station, and so, there's a lot of education that would need to take place, but, obviously maintaining the infrastructure is critical. That's the first priority.
Oh, I only have one question left for you.
Okay.
And it's the only question that I've repeated. As I'm sure you are aware, there are sections of this MUD district that have an HOA and those that do not. What are your beliefs about the MUD using tax dollars for enforcement in the sections of the neighborhood that do not have an HOA? And do you believe the sections that do have an HOA should be using the dues that they pay for their deed enforcement, or should they use MUD tax dollars?
That is an interesting question, and I had not actually, before this evening, ever considered it. I lived in Hunter's Glen, where we did not have an HOA, but because our builder was Ryland, I always felt more like I belonged, and I was more of a Lake Line Oaks person. It's ridiculous and redundant to have two entities over a neighborhood, both tasked with deed enforcement. And so the question of who it should be, I would actually look for a legal opinion on that before I would make an opinion on whose tax dollars should be spent on that. It's going to be one or the other, but I couldn't say sitting here who it should be.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Flores.
Well, thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If appointed, what committee would you like to sit on? Where do you think your strengths would be to that committee?
Well, I would go where I was needed, obviously. My husband and I run a software business, and I maintain my own websites. I maintain many of my own websites, and so I do have some expertise in that area. The information technology. Also, because, I have a paralegal degree, I work as a paralegal. Open records requests, I make open records requests, and I'm used to, receiving responses from governmental entities about why or why not they, can't provide that information. So that would be an area of interest of mine, and I have some experience there. And then, wherever else the need is the greatest.
That's it. Not many questions. Thank you.
What role do you think you'll play on the board if you are appointed?
Well, and I would have the same question that I think Cynthia did, is you don't mean a position necessarily, but I was the secretary when I was on the ESD 11, and I was responsible for writing the minutes, and I don't know, does your attorney write your minutes? Yeah. So that position would be different here. What I have been told about my contribution to other committees is that I tend to be a level-headed voice of reason. And again, I think that my position of neutrality works in my favor there, so I would hope to be a calming presence and to help everyone reach a consensus, because what I think is that every single person here wants what's best for this neighborhood. And it's just a matter of learning to work together.
What qualities make a great board member?
Well, integrity.
Okay.
Trustworthiness. Diligence, I think, in educating yourself about the issues of the district. And then I would say foremost would be respect, and respect for your fellow board members, but also respect for the residents of the district and for everyone's positions, when they come before you. And that's part of listening to people and employing those things I talked about in victim services. But I think respect is near the top, right there near integrity.
Okay, excellent. And one last question. Why the passion for government? So I've noticed that you are really passionate about government and the way you've expressed it, and just why.
I don't know.
Okay.
This was something, I thought I had a passion for baking, which I do, but one day a staffer that I was working with sent me a link to the proceedings on the House floor, and he said, you've got to go to this timestamp and watch at this time. And so I did, but then I was like, now I have to watch the rest of it. And so, I am a club of one. I totally understand that that's not something that other people have. I like to talk about the legislature. I like to talk about committees. When I was in paralegal school, I would do projects on obscure bills that had been filed in committees. So it's just something that popped up, when I was 40. I wasn't ready for, but it speaks to me. So if I would say it's a diverse set of interests. But
Well,
thank you.
Thanks for being
All right.
here.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we have Mark Perry.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Perry.
Do you want to do an introduction, or do you want to start just directly with questions?
Why don't you start with questions?
Questions? All right. Director Flores.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for coming this evening. If you were appointed to the board, what committee would you be interested in sitting that holds your strengths?
Infrastructure and parks.
Okay. What about infrastructure and parks are something that calls your interest?
I live right behind a park and very close to another one. And over the years, I've watched the MUD district involved in projects that were done in the park. One of the things that I kind of thought it was nice that we did some of the things that we did, but the one project I'm thinking of was very extensive in Sunchase Park. And one of the things that bothered me is having that land as a park is really nice, but that land is not and was not initially designed as a park. It was designed as a part of a storm sewage or storm sewer drainage system, and that is still its primary function today. All of our parks are, or most of them, okay? And when you're directing water and you're doing it with concrete, you have to make sure that that concrete is flowing in the direction that it's supposed to flow. I had a group of contractors that were hired by the MUD district putting in a flume right next to my house. First of all, I was instrumental. I was working with Louis Zervignon at the time, and we talked a lot. We had a lot of interaction together. And Louis asked me if I would talk to my neighbor to see if I could talk her into releasing some, like a 5-foot strip of land between my property and her house as an easement for the MUD district. And I said, okay, what do you want the easement for?
And he said, well, he said, we want to have a place where people can walk from your cul-de-sac through to get to the park as a means of egress, but also we would like to drain stormwater from the cul-de-sac area to the discharge flume for the stormwater. And I said, okay. And so I talked to my neighbor, and she was in agreement. She thought that that was a good idea. And so we got that done. And then when the gentleman that the Mud District hired went to put that concrete flume in place, I came home one day and I happened to catch them in the process of setting up their form, putting the wire mesh in and that kind of thing. And I looked at the flume and I went over and I said, who's the boss here? And one of the crew members took me over to a guy and I said, you need to shoot this flume. I said, you've got it flowing backwards. And he goes, oh, no, we checked it with our levels. And I said, how did you check it? Well, we put the levels on our form boards. And I said, no, that's not going to work. So I said, hold on. I had a level in my garage. I had transit in my garage. So I went and I set my transit up and I started shooting the grades. And sure enough, on the end that was supposed to be low, it was 6 inches high. Now they believe me because I shot all the grades all the way up the 30, 40 feet that this was. And indicated that the guy was with me. I said, you hold the rod, and we'll check it together. And so sure enough, that's what we did. And so he realized that they had to drop this thing on that end by 6 inches. And I said, okay, great. So that kind of stuck my foot in the pond, as it were. Then Lewis and I talked about the main flume and the 2 concrete culverts that empty out into the main portion of that draw along Sunshade Park. And I told him, I said, Lewis, I said, you don't have enough room to get a great deal of fall from that discharge, from those 2 discharge pipes to the roadway. I said, it's going to be really tight. I said, if you get a 16th to an 1/8 of an inch, you're going to be doing good. And I said, so what I would recommend is that you bowl the concrete on the sides of the discharge, because it has a kind of a couple of walls here, 2 huge concrete pipes coming out of it. There's a concrete wall there that they're projecting from. And this, I said, what we need to do is we need to come up with the concrete on the side, and form a bowl so that anything that comes down this way is going to, the pressure from stormwater and stuff coming out through these 2 discharge pipes is going to create a flow. And I said, then that flow will push whatever we have down the flume. And so he agreed with that. So he called his contractor, and Lewis, I guess, was directing this work at the time. And anyway, he called the contractor and told him what to do. And they didn't listen to him. And about 6, 8 months later, they ended up having to tear out a segment of that because they weren't getting flow. And I already explained to him, that's the problem. I've been in the construction business for 54 years. I've learned a couple of things along the way. I've been involved in civil construction. I've been involved in office buildings. I've been involved in school buildings, building these. I've been involved in, I did the 30-inch transmission main. I was the project manager for the Cherokee Construction Company. We built that 30-inch transmission main that goes from the end of Trails Inn Road all the way up to the backside of Cedar Park. Okay, so I have a familiarity with these types of things. One of the things that I also noticed was another park across the street from me that's behind the school, the junior high. I was walking across the bridge that they had built across the main outflow dam. Okay, and the first time I set foot on that bridge, I looked down and I looked at the handrail. When they built the handrail, they put the handrail on the wrong side of the support post. They put it on the outside, so that creates a void between the edge of the handrail and the bridge. And if somebody, male, female, young, old, dog, whatever, were to step into that, somebody can break a leg. So once again, somebody's built something that wasn't code. The problem I have with that is who's watching these people? You know, who's finding out if they, one, know what they're supposed to do, and whether they're doing what they're doing correctly or not? Well, that goes to the engineer that's hired. He should be watching over any project like that. And time after time, I've seen product after product that they have passed on and allowed. I don't know whether they did it because they didn't have to have it inspected by the city of Cedar Park, but it doesn't matter. There's a liability there, and if you don't build it correctly, and if you don't know it's being built correctly or not, then you stand liability. And I'm thinking to myself, we got people hiring people, and they're hiring other people to manage those people, and it's not getting done. Then I had another personal issue.
I think can we move on to the next question? Because I know we still have people that, can we go ahead and ask the next question?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay.
Kind of was in the process of answering that, but what positive action would you like to bring to the district?
Well, I think I don't know everything there is to know about a board. I just don't. But I do know what's correct, what isn't correct. I know the way to manage projects, how they should be watched. I know that you also put systems in place. You know, I mean, this is a civilian board taking on responsibilities for a lot of things that most civilians don't know anything about. So what you do is you hire people that you rely on to give you the right answers and to do the right actions. And I think I have that ability.
All right. That's all I got. All right. Thank you. Director Poppering.
Several candidates have expressed that the infrastructure is one of the key areas the MUD board needs to be focusing their attention on, and that includes a 5-year plan on how to maintain it. Can you tell us the process you would use to create a 5-year infrastructure plan?
Well, I think the first thing that needs to be done is you take a look at what you have. What's been the history on what you have? How long has it been maintained? Why was it maintained the way it was? What were the faults? What were the problems? Once you kind of assess that, then you put in place an inspection process. Not only that, you put in metrics of performance to make sure that when people say they're checking on things, they're actually checking on them. And when you set criteria for inspections to be done, you want to know that those criteria are being met as well. So you've got all of these things have to be watched. It's just a management situation, and looking at what's going on with this lift station situation is a disaster. But you've got to put those metrics in place. You've got to put in an accountability, and you've got to make sure that accountability is followed through on consistently over time. And also, money has to be appropriated so that if a big surprise comes down the road for whatever reason, if a lightning bolt were to hit that tower, the panel on that thing and just totally fry the whole system, how do you replace that? Where does the money come? So you put a savings plan in, and so you start accumulating funds so that over time you can take care of something like that if it jumps up and is a totally anomaly, totally out of the blue, because they do occur, they do happen. We always think they'll happen to the other guy, not to us. But that's why we pay for insurance on our homes and our cars. Those things can be a probability. I watched the lightning strikes around my house in this last storm that we had the other day, and there was one that hit on the side of the house that was at the end of my block, and I thought, man, that's close. And then one came down, it sounded like it was in the park, I don't think it was, I think it was on the next street over. But man, I mean, that stuff was raining down on us left, right, and sideways. And so you've got to prepare for that ahead of time. And then the other thing is you've got to have somebody, again, like I said, you've got to have performance metrics, you've got to have people managing those performance metrics. You know, we have a management company here that's supposed to be doing these things, or at least I guess that's what they're supposed to be doing. I'm not sure. If anybody if the question comes up, I think the purpose of the MUD board is you are a utility company. That's it. Okay? You provide water, stormwater drainage, and wastewater elimination. You also provide streets, street lighting, and sidewalks. And you are to maintain those in an operational, functional situation, because that's why we're getting paid. And right now, I'm actually one of your clients. Okay? So if you're not doing the job, that's the reason the MUD board exists. It is a replacement for utilities that you would get from the city of Cedar Park or the city of Austin. That's it. Parks are nice, but parks are secondary. Parks come when all the other bills and all of the other emergency funds are in place. Then you go play pretty in the parks. You build playscape equipment, but you don't tear out old playscape equipment that was working fine and replace it with something a whole lot more expensive. And, you know, it's just, you guys need to be held accountable. That's it. And I don't think this board has been held accountable for a long time. I really hope that whoever you pick makes that happen. You guys have got to have accountability. You've got to have performance metrics. If you've got an engineer that sits over here and tells you he can't figure out how to do a bid tab and calculate whether this bid and this bid are the same, you know, I've been doing that stuff for 35 years. That's something that takes 30, 40 minutes to do. And you don't need to know, you know, this guy forgot this and he forgot this. So what? That doesn't matter. I've got the information that I need on all these cumulative bids to fill in those slots. I can do that kind of stuff in 30 minutes. I don't throw my hands up and go, well, I didn't have the information that I did. Okay?
Good.
I know I'm preaching and I shouldn't be, and I apologize.
Your letter states that you have been in business, a business owner, and worked in the construction industry for 50 years. That's a lot of knowledge and experience you can bring to the table. Can you tell us how that career knowledge could benefit the district?
Well, again, like I said, you know, these boards are made up of civilians that don't really have the subject matter expertise that they need to know whether the people they're hiring are doing the job that they're hired to do. That's nobody's fault, okay? You hope that when you hire a company that they're going to be honest with you. Yes, I don't think integrity is important. I think integrity is critical. If you don't have integrity on the board, you have nothing. You got a bunch of people saying yes or no. That's it. But you've got to hold people accountable that haven't been held accountable. But you don't know what you don't know. That's the problem. So you're hoping, you know, from what I've seen from this board, and I've been watching these meetings for a long time, but from what I've seen from the board for a long time, is that because they don't know, what they do when an emergency or a situation arises is they tend to throw money at it because the money was there. Okay? We'll just funnel enough money that we'll fix that problem. So money becomes the problem fixer. Okay? It's not accountability. It's not finding people that are right for the job to do the job. If you have an engineer, you should be paying the engineer. You shouldn't pay a person that sits here for the engineer. Okay? You want the guy that's actually going to be involved in your community, in the district, in the product that he's giving you. That's what you want to have. I bring that to the table. And by the way, I had my electrician go out and look at the park today. He's gonna get me a bid to fix all the lighting.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
What do you think the top priorities of this MUD should be, both financially and time-wise? And where do you see the room for improvement? Although I think you've covered that very well. So if you'll just give me the top priorities of the MUD, financially and time-wise.
Yeah, I really think that honestly, I think this lift station is your #1 priority right now. It's an emergency, it's old equipment that needs to be replaced. It's well past its service life. Putting money into anything other than just redoing that thing is probably gonna be putting lipstick on the pig. I think and the reason I think that's a priority is because that's why you exist. You exist so that when people flush their toilets, that the poop goes downhill, not up into their homes. And when they want water, they get good clean water, When they want their street lights working, they want their street lights working. They want it to be safe in their environment. And that's what you provide. So your number one priority is maintaining a working infrastructure system that people pay you to maintain. Because if we were, again, in Cedar Park, or if we were in Austin, people pay those utility companies, that's where their taxes go, pay those utility companies and their utility bills, okay, because we pay you guys for utility bills too, okay. That's where that stuff, that's what it pays for. So we should be getting what we're paying for. And it sounds like we're critically close to not getting that. I mean, if there's repeated problems with a system, you don't just keep going and pushing the reset button. At some point, you got to figure out why the reset button is tripping.
Well answered. And I'll ask you the same question I've asked everybody, my only repeat question. As I'm sure you are aware, there are sections of this MUD district that have an HOA and those that do not. I believe you live in an HOA section. What are your beliefs about the MUD using tax dollars for enforcement in the sections of the neighborhood that do not have an HOA? Do you believe that the sections that do have an HOA should be using the dues they pay for their deed enforcement or MUD tax dollars?
Well, I think if you live in a district that has an HOA, that HOA should pay for deed enforcement. If you don't, if you live in a portion of the community that doesn't have an HOA, then I don't think it's the MUD board's responsibility to pay for that activity. If those people want to form an HOA, they have that right and that ability. If that's important to them and they feel like that's something that they want to do, then that should come through their knowledge and look, here's the pros, here's the cons, here's what we think, and just get together. If they want an HOA, form an HOA, then you can enforce deed restrictions. When I closed on my house, I got a packet. There were all the deed restrictions. So I knew that I was in an HOA. I'm not particularly crazy about HOAs. I think they serve a purpose. I think they serve a good purpose in some situations. I also think they can be punitive. And punitive to the point where they destroy people's lives, and it's just totally not, it doesn't need to be that way. If somebody's at a critical stage in life and they don't have the wherewithal to handle something like that, I don't think they should lose their home. I don't think they should have their lives disrupted simply because they can't pay a fee that has snowballed so big that it's just totally insurmountable for them anymore. So.
That was my last question. Thank you.
Okay, Director Jones.
I'm going to just go off that. So I was listening to you talk that, so deeds were put in here when this neighborhood was built.
Right.
Okay, so the deeds don't go away. The deed enforcement can change. So help me understand how you would tell the residents that we don't care about your deeds anymore and that there will be no more enforcement.
Well, what is it? Is it a responsibility? Is it written into the covenants? Is it written into the bylaws of the MUD that they do deed enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If it's written into the MUD board's deal, then
then you do it. It's part of your job. If they live in an HOA where they don't have that, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay. Second question. How much do you think that it matters to have public support for the person who fills this position?
I think if you're going through an elective process, it's very important. If you're going through an appointed process, it's not important at all. Now, that doesn't mean that you disregard the public that you're serving. I believe in being a servant leader. You know, that's what Christ calls us to be, as servant leaders. And if you take on that responsibility, then that's what you do. You know, 2 days after the storm, I had all of the trees cut and stacked up on my curb. And I did that because that's the way I was raised. That was my responsibility. None of the limbs that I cut up, by the way, came from any of my trees. They all came from my neighbors. So I took care of that because that's just the right thing to do. Now, I also think that once that was picked up, now by the way, I hauled off a lot of that myself because I had dumpsters I could use because I'm in the business, okay? And I pay for the dumpsters. And so I hauled a lot of that off. There was a small little portion. It wasn't as big as this part of the desk right here. But when that was done, I also went out and cleaned up my property. The night that they finished picking all that stuff up, I went out and cleaned my entire front lawn, and I cleaned all the curbs and stuff, past my neighbors, picked everything up, bagged it, and it was done. Because I think you should lead by example. We lead through action, not through words. Words are cheap.
I have another question for you
Okay.
while you were talking. What do you see as the future of our parks and the 5-year plan, park plan?
Again, I think parks are nice. I really do, and I think it's kind of like, hey, we want to go to Disneyland on vacation. Okay, well, is the car running? Well, no, the car's not running. So, do we spend the money on the car to get the car running that we need to go to work to fund things like rent, food, trips to Disneyland? Okay. Or do we just go to Disneyland and then we get back and we got no car to drive? I mean, both are an option. But I think that because the MUD district is a utility district, that your responsibility has to do with that infrastructure that's failing first. Then if you take care of that, then beautify the parks. That's fine. That's a great idea. If there are funds available to do so, if you've planned for it. But I would sacrifice the parks to fix the mud equipment because that's what you're really hired to do. That's what your whole reason for being is to provide the infrastructure.
Last question. How do you conduct face-to-face meetings?
Face-to-face. I plan them ahead. I provide an agenda. I ask for feedback from the members that come. I listen patiently. I want to know what other people's viewpoints are. I don't have all the answers for everything in the world. I'm open-minded. You know, I've learned from people that I disagree with a lot. Well, not a lot, but a good bit. You know, I had a guy teach me something. I was a political science major in college, and I had a secondary concentration in U.S. history. And I had a gentleman who was I would say, an opposing worldview politician make some comments one night. And I went and researched his comments, and he was right. And it just angered me to the core. Because what I saw, I just did not like. It was not right, you know? And so, yeah, I'll listen to opposing viewpoints. You know, my feet aren't set in concrete. I can be swayed with reason. I don't work a whole lot. I don't work real well with emotion. I think if you've got a lot of facts and figures and a good plan and well thought out, that kind of thing, I'll get on your side.
I just asked that, and I'm gonna be very honest, because it's something that I've struggled with for a week, is that when we met you last week, you could not make eye contact with me. So I don't know if that it's you've been talking to other people that you didn't want to make eye contact with me. That's really important when you're working on a board, that you can work with each other.
Well, I understand that, but I disagree with you. I did make eye contact with you quite a bit. Intentionally.
Not one time.
Okay, well, we'll
Okay.
agree to disagree.
Next. Your turn.
All right, so I guess my first question is, I've heard a lot of negative things from you regarding infrastructure and things have done. So I would like to hear at least one thing that has been done right in this district from an infrastructure standpoint.
I think the fact that that you guys offered to take care of the storm damage was admirable. I didn't think it was essential. I didn't think it was your responsibility, but I did think it was admirable. A lot of other municipalities did that, but I think the only reason they did it is because they got funding from outside sources, so they could do it. I think that there have been some things done. I remember there was a program years ago. One of the things that I really did like was the fact that the MUD installed streetlights. Because at one time when I moved here, we didn't have streetlights. And your cul-de-sac can get pretty dark at night if you don't have a streetlight in your cul-de-sac. And then they did another program that worked moderately well, where they did a lot of sidewalk lifting with, they bore holes in the sidewalks and do hydraulics underneath them to level them out and make sure that they didn't have trip places and that kind of thing. I'm not a fan of chip seal, but they have maintained the roads pretty well as far as that's concerned with consistent chip seal overlay over the years. It's kind of muddy on the cars or greasy on the cars for a while. You know.
Excellent, thanks. A MUD is much more than infrastructure. I mean, you have to have the collective knowledge of many different components, right? So you have to have legal knowledge. You have to have, I can name and go on and on. What other areas beside infrastructure do you think you could be of an asset for the district? And I just want to clarify that I'm not diminishing the fact that you, and we need that, really, and appreciate the fact that you have the knowledge. It's just, besides that, what else can you bring to the board?
I think I'm very good at creative problem solving. In my business, and it was mentioned last week, I think, I have carried a mantra of plan not to fail throughout almost all of my business life. The reason I say almost is because I learned a lot of mistakes the hard way early on, because I didn't. And I also had to be very creative when I first started my business, because my crew was me, myself, and I. It was a small crew. We grew up to over 25 people. An example, I used to get telephone calls from wives on a consistent basis begging me to give them their husband's paychecks. And they said the reason for that was because a lot of times guys would drink the paychecks up before they got home. And so I thought, man, I don't know, first of all, it shouldn't have been my problem, but it was my problem because they were bringing it to me. So I said, what can I do to make sure that the money gets home? So I quit paying my guys on Friday, and I started paying my guys on Tuesday. Why did I pay them on Tuesday? Because there's no Monday night football on Tuesday. There's no Thursday night football on Tuesday. There's nothing that goes on at the bars on a Tuesday night. Okay? So the money went home to mom. So I think creative problem solving. I think I think very well on my feet when I need to. As far as expertise in other areas, I don't have a law degree, but I'm also a very quick study and a very quick learner.
Thank you. All right, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that all we have?
I think we have one more.
Tanya?
That is everybody. Okay.
That's it, right?
I don't see anybody
I don't
else.
see anybody
Yeah.
else.
He's just listening. Oh, he loves government too.
He's our borrowed notary. He's a notary and can notarize documents.
Are you on hold for a bathroom break?
Yes.
Oh, can I just say something? You know, you have, like, 10 seconds, you have a lot of great candidates. And it's a shame if they weren't all utilized. Maybe you could put them on a committee or somehow use people who weren't chosen, because there's only one position, but many who are willing to support you, the men. Can you have outside people?
On committees.
Sure.
On a
You
committee?
can, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I would like to envision, and I think that's going to be the item 5 on the agenda, but, I mean, I think we have very talented people in our community.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I agree.
And we certainly can add the community to be advisory to other committees or to the board.
I agree.
Perfectly allowable.
That's the way Cedar Park does it. You know, they have
And a lot of
committees, and they're all members of the public, you know, and they serve as an advisory committee to the board.
And they bring their area of expertise to a committee that has no expertise in that area.
Right.
So how does that happen?
You invite them.
Well, I think the board would have to
You post something, we're looking for people with.
agree or make a motion to create.
Sure.
And then we would invite the public. I would imagine we would invite the public to participate in those committees.
Yeah.
But the first step would be for us as a board to make a motion to involve constituents and residents to be part of those committees. I would feel that would be the appropriate action.
Yeah. We're in a bathroom break.
Okay.
Do you have the agenda? I printed one and then I didn't bring it.
We're not there yet.
It's just a personal, there's no right or wrong. I just wasn't sure how I felt about that. I was like, because I thought about it, I was like, oh, should I invite people to come talk? And I was like, no, I don't know, it just felt weird.
I've lost my agenda here.
Yeah, I take mine at home, so at least you brought yours. I didn't even remember the buttons.
I think we need to go back to printing out agendas and having it for people. That was very helpful.
I was not too. Okay. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure how to talk about it. That's all. Oh, sure. That's what I said, you never know. We only see, you know, as some people say, there's his side, her side, and the truth. Right? You know, there's, you know, everybody's got their point of view.
That's the.
God, are you people in the sleep?
I think we'll ask the board and see what they want to do. back?
I believe everybody's here.
All right. Okay, so how do we, what's your recommendation as to how to go about it?
I mean, my recommendation is for you all to discuss as a board.
Just discuss
and
it as a
make-
board,
Make
okay.
a decision, if you could reach a decision, that would be.
Gotcha.
I mean, I don't have a vote, I think they're all very qualified candidates, so I leave it to you all are qualified for it, you should be able to make the right decision or not, but it's up to you ultimately.
Let's discuss it. How do you want to do this?
Who's your first pick?
It's fantastic.
So we just go one by one and then kind of vote down? Is that what it is?
Is this something that we really want to do in front of other people? I don't think that that's
Transparency and open and.
hurtful.
I would like to make a comment though before we start, because I think it's really important that this be said, and I did take the time to write it. Do you mind?
Yeah, go for it.
It's closing remarks to the interview. So, in regards to my vote, I would like to remind all of those watching and that have participated that this is not a popularity contest. I am being charged with choosing who I believe will best serve our neighborhood without the benefit of a vote by the entire district that the next election will bring. Though a handful of residents have put forward their thoughts on who they want, and I certainly always appreciate neighbor involvement, their numbers do not even come close to representing the district as a whole, so I cannot ethically allow myself to be swayed by the voice of a few in lieu of the interest of many. It is my belief that appointing a director should be focused on who can bring the most value to the current needs of the district, who has the experience to drive forward a plan that supports the purpose of the district, which I believe is water. So having said that, my selection will be based on that.
All right, so.
Ideas on how to move forward, how to do this.
I want to hear.
Beth, do you have any ideas on how to move forward?
I think we do it the same as we did when it's your turn to start first. So who would you like to see? And what did you like best?
So you want to go one by one?
Mm-hmm.
And
just do a motion, and is that what you're saying, like what we did last time?
Sure.
What do you think of that process?
Well, we can do it that way. We can discuss it first if you'd like. A motion drives discussion, or we can discuss first, and then when we have some agreement, we can make a motion.
I think that we already expressed our top candidates in the last meeting. I think this process was a very great process to have, make it fair for everybody, and really opened my eyes on the incredible people that we have and talented people that we have in our district. I believe that we are a bunch of stubborn board members that we want our pick, and we're going to stick to our guns, and that's who we want. But being in this position, we have to compromise. We have to work and come up to a happy medium, what's best for the people in this district. So I believe that it is important that we come up with a decision tonight. And I still think doing our top 1, 2, and 3 with a point system and the top candidate will rise to the top, and that's who we pick. That's just my opinion and my suggestion for moving forward.
All right. Can we agree to just move on down the list and
Raise our hands.
I guess vote for them? Is that what do y'all recommend? Or should we have discussion about further discussion, or?
What, did you like David's idea of a point system, 1, 2, 3, who's your first candidate, who's your second candidate, who's your third candidate? If you did that, then
3 points for your first candidate, 3 points, your second candidate, 2 points, your third candidate, 1 point, and you tally them all up. It's going to leave somebody up top. To me, it's just one of the most. I'm all about being fair and equitable to everybody. But we have to come up with a
I
decision
mean,
on
we
how
can
we're
try
gonna
that,
vote.
we're not gonna know, but, I mean, we can certainly try it. Beth?
I think that we should talk about who our three are, and then if we want to go back and put them down as 1, 2, 3 later, that's fine. But I think it's fair to let some of the people go home.
Well, they're free to go whenever they please. We're not holding them here, so if they like to go, then they can leave. But we have to come up with this decision.
And if they're selected, they need to be here to sign paperwork.
That's why I'm saying that we pick our top 3 first, and then we can vote again.
Well, I think that's what David is suggesting, is everybody gets to pick their top 3.
And put it on a piece of paper and give it to you.
No, we're gonna talk about it.
Then we can have the attorney tally the top 3.
I'm happy to do that if you all would like me to. I'd probably prefer one of you all to do it, just so I could stay completely out of it.
Okay, got it.
I'm writing it down.
Gotcha. You're done with your 3?
I have my 3.
Let's go ahead and do it.
So did I understand you correctly, David? The top candidate gets 3 points, the second candidate gets 2 points, and the third candidate gets 1 point. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, where would you like to start, Noel?
Give me 1 second. I'm looking here for one thing. Alrighty, I'm done. Are you done?
I don't have a third person.
Alright, so we have,
Just waiting for Beth to get her 3rd.
Okay. Sorry.
alright, so I guess we start with David, and who's gonna tally the...
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
My first choice is Kelly Masters. My second choice is Mark Perry. My third choice is Cynthia Kimball.
Alright, my first choice is Carol Norrell with 3 points. Second choice is Kelly Master with 2 points. And then third choice is Alan Kaplan with 1 point.
Got Carol Norrell, 3. Alan Kaplan, 2. And Cynthia, 1.
My first choice is Mark Perry, my second choice is Kelly Masters, and my third choice is Cynthia Kimball. So, Kelly's got 3, 5, 7. Mark Perry has 3, 5. Carol has 3, 6. Alan has 2, 3. And Cynthia has 1, 2, 3. Kelly Masters has it.
Would anybody like to check the numbers?
Yeah, let's check them.
Would like to look at it.
It is not a requirement.
Oh, it will be. Same thing. She can participate here, so will the people that rent here.
I'm sorry?
So will the people that rent here.
They're allowed to.
No, she's a homeowner.
They're public.
She doesn't live in the district.
She doesn't have to, it's not a requirement, she's a property owner.
Cole, can you confirm that as long as you are a property owner, you still can?
She owns taxable property within the district, but she does, she's eligible to support.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
So assuming that you do, but I have to check everything. Trust you.
She does, I check it. Kelly, congratulations.
Do you want to check it?
No, I'm good.
Congratulations. We're honored to have you.
May I just make a brief statement? Just
Can
say
we,
thank you.
can we make a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Kelly Masters as the director to fill in the vacancy.
I will second your motion.
All in favor? Okay. Now we can congratulate.
And I don't have any objection to you making a
Absolutely.
comment.
Yes, you can go ahead and proceed to make a comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That, I sincerely mean that. I thank you. Great opportunity, much learning, and hopefully can talk with some of these folks again another time. And we can be collaborative and advisory in some form or fashion along the way. But I do appreciate the event that took place tonight. It would have been better if we had not heard each other. It would have, because we heard, it would have been better, because we picked up on what others had said. And, but that's okay, that's okay. You did a good job. You really did a good job. And David, I liked your process. That was a good one. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm not going to stay for the rest of the
No.
day.
Carol,
Yes.
can we count on you to help implement the Sunchase Park Playscape? I know you were involved in that project, and I don't know when it's coming.
Yes.
But
I'm not sure what the scheduling of events are, but yes.
yeah, we don't know either, so I just wanted to put that out there, because I know you were involved in that.
Yes, I was on the Park Advisory Committee, and that was really a big deal.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Matt?
Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Mark.
congratulations to you, girl.
Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you. Thank you
Thank you, Cynthia.
for your hard work.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Take care.
Your suggestions to have all of y'all be part of the committee.
Some start signing.
Yeah, no.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, thank you.
I promised my husband he wouldn't have to stay all through the entire meeting tonight. They'll just witness your signatures.
Oh, this is what I do all day.
There you go.
here, and they'll be notarized on there. And then I've got a lot more. Do you need a pen?
Maybe I do. My pen gave up.
I can get you one.
Hey Beth, can you hand me my sheet of paper, please?
Hey, drink some water. There you go.
I don't think, oh, you don't need this, do you? No. I do.
That's my numbers.
Oh, you did take notes as well? I knew you would.
Okay, so I have here order appointing director. This will be signed by you two all. No, I'm Beth. And I'm going to fill out this order appointing. We have it blank because we didn't know who the candidate would be. So when I get to my office tomorrow, I'm going to just fill in the name. I'll send it to you all so you have record of it. But the only item that we need signed is the actual certificate page.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the ladies' room. You don't need me in here right this minute, do you?
No.
Sign all three.
All three, please, yes. We just filed these. And I left, I can just fill in Williams and Travis in there, so file them. I've got more for you. This does not need to, I'll give you what needs to be notarized, so that way. We have 3 affidavits for directors. So. Multiple copies, yes, yeah, exactly.
And just the 2 need to be signed.
No, all of them need to be signed, all of them need to be signed, yes. This is unfortunately one of those processes that requires.
Oh, so this is,
Yeah, you just had to sign it. I think I gave them all back.
So this states that you're at least 18, you own land subject to taxation in the district, you're not a developer, you're not related to any developer, you're not related to any other district director, you're not related to me, the engineer, the manager, you're not an employee of any developer or anyone of us. So I would just need you to put your name in here,
and do you want to review these?
your
No,
job title.
I trust they're in order.
And employer name, and the number 5 blank. And then on the second page, you will fill out your full name, your home address, that information.
Okay, so there's 5.
Yeah, there should be 5, yeah, so more of those. I'll pull the notary pages off for you on these.
Business address, is that my employer?
Yes, yes. Yeah, if you want to sign that, get those 3 signature pages notarized. And then I'll make sure you fill out the affidavit, the replica.
Do you know Cynthia Long?
Good grief.
I am.
She appointed.
One of those pieces of paper says something about cakes and cookies or something.
Did you just buy a house? Yeah. Thank you so much. This one. And there's one more if you're comfortable with it right here.
Any naughty good jokes?
My mind is racing. With good jokes. Have you heard the one about the plumber? I think I got it now. Herb corrected me, I think I have it now. I can't say I think it. Trade secret.
Okay. All right. Last one. This one. That one, yeah, you guys got it.
I don't recall signing that many pieces of paper.
Yeah.
Certainly not that many pieces that were notarized.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Me too.
Cole is an overachiever.
Cole is thorough.
We try to send a wet copy to the TCQ, we keep a wet copy on file. Sometimes we have other entities who reach out asking for originals, and so we always like to get
Pictures.
at least 2 or 3 copies of the originals, that way we have backup. Also, oftentimes, whenever you bring one, a mistake is made and then you don't have it to be able to fill it out, so you have to print it again.
Smart.
Good
Get it all
plan.
done. No?
Plan not to fail.
I'll say that we also, after she's appointed, what we do is we have to fill out a new district registration form with the TCEQ. And so, at this time, you all would consider realigning the board, electing positions. So if you all want to, you can have that discussion now, if you want to discuss president, vice
So
president, secretary.
would that be
treasurer.
appropriate even though it's
Yeah.
not on the agenda?
Yeah, that
It is on the agenda.
Is it?
Yeah, reconstituting the board. Because we need to file, we file this and
Okay.
update one anytime there's a new director or a change in
Okay.
position.
So we need to table that so that she's got time to think about some of this stuff. We're throwing it all at her at 10 o'clock at night. It's not a good idea.
She's been watching the meetings.
Thank you so much.
I think it's much needed.
I think we need to get it aligned
Yeah.
and then we have to see. Absolutely, have to see. Do you need paper? You're welcome to look at my material on this.
Well, congratulations. You must really like politics.
Nice, Kelly.
I love that you love politics.
You want to hear something funny? It's Dan and his mom. His mom is why I'm teacher. I really, yeah, she was my teacher.
You can let your wrist.
And Dan and my brother went to school together.
You can let your wrist rest a little
Now
bit.
Dan, since he was in kindergarten.
This is a statement of director regarding disclosure of your address and telephone number. You can fill this out and say you elect for that information to be made public or that you decline to. It's up to you. We typically recommend our directors to decline it. That way we don't provide home addresses to the general public. We typically use the law firm office address. And then these are just two memos for you. You do not have to read them now. Please email me if you have any questions or call. One is regarding cybersecurity training, which is something you'll need to do, and one is open government training. We have all the information for you to be able to complete those whenever it's convenient for you. But as you, okay, and if you did, perfect. I'm sure you have, yeah. So, alrighty. Welcome to the board.
Thank you. Oops, I signed my name up at the top.
That's okay. That documents are internal for us, so it's. So what we do is we file with the TCEQ. We'll put the Coates Rose address in. That way, if there's ever mail that's sent from the TCEQ or from a governmental entity, it'll come to us so we can check it and then we provide it to you all. But we've had a lot of times directors will either not check their mail or will get lost in the mail or kind of get put into a junk bin. And it's, the 10-day notice or a TCEQ violation. And so we like to kind of have all that official mail routed through our office.
I would agree with that.
Good idea.
Yep.
This is agenda item 2. We're on agenda item 1 still, and that is we are going to reconstitute the board here. All of this has been done, and we authorize him to file the information here right here on the agenda.
So we are in item 1F, correct? Reconstitute the board pursuant to the requirements of section 49.054 Texas Water Code. And so reconstituting, meaning do we get to
make a motion?
Make a motion to
president.
Okay. That's the way we go around, just making a motion for president, for secretary, all the positions. Okay.
You can do it that way, yes.
All right, so can we start with secretary and then work our way up to president?
I would prefer to start with the president and then go downward, vice president, and then
Okay.
would
So
be
who would like to make a motion?
I can make a motion for Hanoi. I think you do a good job of it.
Okay. So who seconds that motion? I'll second the motion. Okay, do we need to discuss?
Nope.
Okay, so all in favor? All righty.
I will say yes, based on
Yes.
my viewings of the previous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you vote?
Did I vote?
Yeah, I wasn't looking in this direction.
I
so-
did vote yes.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 yes, 2 no.
All right. So then we move on to vice president, right? Do we have a motion?
Motion to appoint Director Fobb as the vice president.
She's still under censor, so she can't do vice president. I'm sorry.
Okay, do we have a second?
Wait, point of order, the censure has nothing to do with positions on this board. You learned that from Zach Evans. That's why I was nominated as the treasurer, and that vote passed.
Okay, do we have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor? Motion passes.
Have you read her censorship?
Okay, so do we have a motion for a treasurer?
That's fine.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that I be the treasurer of the board.
You're you were just nominated vice president.
Mhm.
She was.
You can hold more than one position.
So you'd be vice president / treasurer?
Yes. And I would like to discuss that if this gets a second.
Okay.
Kelly, didn't you say that you're really good at stuff like that, that you're taking notes? And
Okay, so do we have a motion? We have a motion on the table for a treasurer, correct?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I will second that so we can discuss it.
Okay, so you want a discussion, so go ahead.
I'd like to hear what Director Fopp would have to say.
I think when it comes to the finances of this board, the bills and invoices, the budgets, the financial reports, so far in my time on this board, I am probably one that understands them the best. And I have input to all of it and actually look at all of the material. And I think that's value added for the board because they can rest assured that it is being looked at closely. It isn't, I think, a permanent position for me to do. It is something to do until the rest of the board becomes familiar with the finances and how they operate here. And only because I've been looking at them for 6 years do I have the confidence that I can continue to make sure that the money is accounted for in this district. That's my reason.
Right. Do you have anything to say?
I mean, is anyone else interested in being treasurer?
I would hope that you would, because it sounds like you have a lot of experience with that.
Not at this level. Like our ESD district, was very limited and we were only collecting tax dollars, for the emergency services. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable diving into a budget of this magnitude cold. I would rather have some time to learn about it before I jumped in.
Definitely respect that. Go this way or?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I agree with Linda. She has, for the last 6 years, been the one addressing the bills that have been incorrect, questioning the bills. I think she is diligent in that role. She would be diligent in that role. She does that role regardless of being the treasurer, not being the treasurer now. She still does that role. So it just is fitting that she be in that position. It just makes sense to me.
Yeah, I will stand by the first. I voted for you as a treasurer. I believe you have extensive financial experience, and I think you've done well in basically covering invoices and looking into the financials of the company of the board. And I think you have the experience that you make a great treasurer. So
And I am once again going to say the same thing, that when you were censored, the positions that you had were taken away. And just because all new people are here does not mean that you get to abuse that. And I believe that you've done that tonight. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Beth.
Can we, Council, on that statement, it continues to surface all the time. Just want to make sure that we are legally doing the right thing here. The censure has to do anything with the fact that Director Fobb can hold an office as a treasurer.
The censure is more of a board document than anything that the water code doesn't guide censures, nor do I believe the local government code. So really it's a document that you all adopted, that you all are enforcing among yourselves.
But it hasn't been removed.
Right, I know, what I'm simply saying is it's the district's policy, it's not, there's no, the TCEQ isn't gonna come call and say that Director Bob cannot serve as his role, because the center doesn't have, it's, for lack of better words, it doesn't have teeth in the water code or anything like that. That's my limited view on that censure. Granted, this is the only district that I represent that has a censure, so, you know, I can look more into it, but my view is this is more of a district board policy that you all have adopted and signed, so the board is enforcing it upon the director who is being censured.
Can I correct you on a statement there?
Sure,
It wasn't
sure.
us it was the previous board that sat here that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you. Just the board in general passed the past precedent. That's the enforcing body for this document.
And if Kelly had read all of it, I think I would feel better about that, but there's no way that she's read about it because it's not something that's been open for everybody to review and read.
Oh, it's on the
It's on
website.
the website, yeah.
It's on the website.
Open records.
And you've read all those pages?
Can we,
Move on.
I don't move on, I don't think
This
it has.
isn't a topic of
yeah,
censure.
It's, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion.
Yes.
We have a second. All in favor? All right, so now the secretary.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that Kelly be the secretary of the board.
What are the duties of the secretary of the board?
You sign up, that's what I do right now. So that's what, a lot of paper signing that you do, and just be on top of things with our lawyer and with your president.
And also, the secretary's role in the water code is you will be responsible for the records of the district, making sure that he has all the paperwork, our contractors provide our records, the records of the district are the responsibility of the secretary.
Just for the record, do you have a specific definition per the water code as to the role of the secretary?
49054, the secretary is responsible for seeing that all records and books of the district are properly kept and may attest the president's signature on the document. And Kelly, I will tell you that our office does hold all the records for the district, so we kind of act as a stopgate. I think it's highly beneficial for the secretary to be aware of what's going on in the district and to keep track of everything, to make sure everything's there. Oftentimes, documents aren't sent to me, or a contractor might, correspond with the director, or the directors and leave off legal. So it is beneficial to have, a secretary be able to say, oh, hey, we got this sent to us, can you put this in the files? But don't think that, the second bedroom in your house is going to turn into a massive storage room. The most important role of the secretary is attesting the president's signature and signing documents, and you'll see that you will start signing a lot of documents. Not as many as tonight, but you'll sign the minutes and you will sign documents. So that's kind of the main role of the secretary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
No, I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? All right.
Unanimous.
So that's it, right? We have all positions in place?
We can have an assistant secretary.
That's my recommendation, is to have an
Assistant
assistant secretary. To have the last two positions should be, in my opinion, you all don't have to take this, assistant secretary, you could even have an assistant vice president, assistant secretary, assistant treasurer. Those are kind of roles that an assistant secretary is highly recommended. That way you can have that assistant step in and sign documents. Because oftentimes we just bring a document that's for the president and the secretary, and if the secretary doesn't show, the assistant can step in. And if you want to have, you're more than welcome to elect to have an assistant treasurer or an assistant vice president. Those are all titles. And I will say, Kelly, these are just titles. No, the president or the vice president, no one can make a unanimous decision. It's always up to the board to decide what happens.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion for an assistant, that David be the assistant secretary of the board.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Right, all in favor? All right, motion passes.
All right,
Do we need any other positions?
but I can see.
All right, that's it. So I guess we'll move on to item number,
So what is Beth's role?
A director.
Director? Is that a board decision, or do you want to make her some sort of assistant of some position?
I'm fine.
Just director?
I'm fine,
Okay.
truly.
and are we,
Hard to understand. I'm gonna share my
yeah.
agenda too with her. As we go into it, I'll pop the files up for you to see.
So how do I kind of ask for a motion for me to update this document, the TCQ registration form, and file it with the TCQ?
So do you need a formal
Please.
motion from our,
From the board.
okay, who wants to make a motion for that,
I
Secretary?
motion that you file that updated document with the TCEQ.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay. Motion passes. Moving on to G, item G.
We
Or
just
two.
did that.
You're right, yep. Number 2, discuss outstanding invoices associated with Sage Management Services.
I'm asking that we table everything on here because what we said in our last meeting is that we would appoint someone as a director and that all this other stuff would be on our next meeting. None of these things were things that we talked about being on the meeting tonight.
We have to pay the contractor. Now that we've come to, we did discuss in the last meeting, and we do have to pay this contractor as timely as possible. And nothing's gonna change about the invoices that we have. So I'd like to proceed with this agenda and finish this up. The bookkeeper can cut a check and pay Sage Management.
Okay, now have we, because I know at our last meeting, we've had the issue over Sage Management. Have we decided financially what's to be paid?
Well, this is what we're gonna talk about.
Okay,
That's-
all right.
And in your board packet are the last 2 invoices that we did talk about at the last meeting. And one of them, this invoice number 128 is an invoice for 3 hours meeting with the committee to address the wishes of the committee regarding the fine database and letters and add new Spanish blurb to the letters. And we had confirmation from Cole, who looked at their contract, and meetings with the committee is covered in their base fee. So this contract, my suggestion would be that we return this invoice for $120 because it's covered in their base.
That last meeting that we had was not covered. That was a separate meeting that we've had, and I have shared that many times.
No, I'm sure Cole addressed this for us. Committee meetings are covered in their base fee.
Not more than one. We had to do several.
Well, this is one date, January 12th, 8:15 to 11:15. So, in the history, for your knowledge, in the history of this contractor, they have never billed us for meeting attendance. This is the first invoice in 51 months of service to the district that they have billed for a meeting. And meetings are covered in their base fee. And as Cole reminded us, their contract is a little loosey-goosey. It doesn't specify just one. It says a general board meeting and committee meetings, but it doesn't say how many of either.
Cole, can you?
Linda, it's not loosey-goosey. It's something that the board voted on and that we all did together. So please do not be feeding her stuff that is not true. That is something that was done by all of us.
No, I wasn't even on the board when that contract was done. That contract doesn't specify the number of meetings they need to attend that's covered under that base fee. It's
So
one.
just to understand, Linda, so so you're talking about invoice 128, correct? And sets meeting with committee to address the wishes of the committee regarding the fine database and letter? And so you're saying we shouldn't pay this
No,
amount?
I don't think they should be compensated for attending a committee meeting. No.
Cole, now what's on the contract according to your interpretation?
The contract states, manager will attend all meetings of the DRC and the board and and shall be responsible for preparation of minutes from all DRC meetings that are open to the public.
So
That's under basic services, and then
It's only $120, but I'm just saying that they drove all the way here, so. And it was something that we asked them to do.
I mean, so what is your understanding of the language in the invoice as per the agreement? I just want to make sure that, you know, if we don't pay that, they're going to come back and say, well, this is the history of, which I'm hearing that they've never billed for that. So there's no.
And we've never had a meeting like that either.
I don't know the history of Kelly, for your information too. I just started in March, so I'm also new to the district, so we're in this together. I don't know the history of these meetings or the district with the invoices. I can only tell you what I see in the contract. That's all I can speak to. I don't know about the past historical track between Sage and the district regarding invoices or invoices outside of the base contract. I don't know if there have been contracts that have been negotiated that haven't been signed. I don't know. I don't know if there are board actions that approve Sage to do items that are not within the contract. I don't know. So I can only speak to this agreement that I'm looking at here, which is what I read through the terms. I know I kind of to go with what you were saying, if it is $120, so I don't see Sage is not going to come after the district for $120. Right. That's not worth Sage's time, and frankly, the district I think is spending a lot of time talking about this too. So I wouldn't be fearful of Sage coming back trying to, take the district to small claims court or anything like that.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Fair enough. Do we have a motion?
Well, that's the first one.
Okay.
So let's do both of their invoices. Their second invoice, and these invoices were submitted in February, and this is their base fee. So it's invoice 129, and their base fee consists of 2 daytime tours per month and 2 nighttime tours per month. And their nighttime tour includes a pass, 422 homes that they check for cars parked in the street, a pass before midnight and a pass after midnight. So the photo, and that file's in here as well, the photo evidence demonstrates that they did do the 2-day tours and they did 1/2 of a night tour. They only traveled the district after midnight. So I did a calculation of their base fee divided by 4 total trips in the district, 2 day, 2 night, is that much, $1,071.81 per tour. They did 2.5 tours, 2 full day tours and 1/2 of a night tour. So if you do the math on that, we owe them $2,679.53. And that compensates them for the travel time in the district.
Perfect. Can we hear from committee
They did
member?
do both night tours, and I know that they handed in their keys and everything to Stephanie that night on the 24th, saying that this would be their last.
So Cole managed to get these are the photo files of their tours.
Okay, I just want to understand, do you hear what she said, right? Because she's the committee, she leads the committee, correct. So, so you're saying this is not correct?
They did both.
They did both, okay.
And they are done.
But the photos do not indicate there was any night tours past February 10th. If you look at every one of these photos, the only night tour they did was on February 10th after midnight. There's no photos before midnight, and there's no other night tours in the month of February other than February 10th. If there's more photo evidence somewhere that, Cole, did they send you any other files?
I have not seen anything there.
Okay, so we can only base it off the facts that we have in front of us. This is the photo report. We have one for day tours as well. And this shows their night tours, and if you look at every month or every February date in here, it's only on 2/10 and it's only after midnight. If they did a second tour in February, there are no photos to demonstrate that.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to please table it and speak with them from our Because I got the confirmation that they were here that night.
Well, even, but Beth,
All right, so can we have,
They drive a
allow
long way
Director
to come
Flores
here.
to discuss?
I am not gonna not pay someone that comes and shows up and does their work. That is dishonesty.
Cole, in their contract, does it state that they need to have a tour before midnight and after midnight? Is that in their contract?
Yeah, it's before and after. 12.
Give me 1 second to pull it
Sure.
back up.
And while you're looking for that, Beth, has Sage always provided photos for both tours?
Not always, only when there's something that's going on.
In being part of the committee, what, you would say that every month there's something going on, there's somebody that has parked overnight in those
No.
sections?
Not always. There are some nights that you are clear, but there are other nights that you are not clear. Sometimes there'll be lots of
So,
cars
so
on the
you're
street,
saying
so-
that there are months that they came through and there was nobody parked
On the street?
on the street? Is
That
that what you're
has
saying?
happened.
Okay. I'm gonna.
It's not
double check
very
that.
often,
I'll double check that, okay.
So I'm skimming through the contract right now. I don't see anything in the base regarding timing. The only timing that they have is defined under additional services. And that is like a call out, if they're called out by someone during regular. A call out regular is daytime between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and a call out after hours, which is more expensive, is between 5 p.m. and any time on the weekends. But unless I'm missing something, I don't see anything in the base contract that
Okay.
says.
Linda, do you know the dollar amount that we're talking about for that one night tour?
1,071, I believe. Let me look.
Okay, do you have any input on this?
Yeah, does the contract state that they have to have photo evidence of the tour? Or is that just customary? And then additionally to that, it sounds like we've paid previous invoices in full even without photo documentation.
No, we've always had, it's called a photo report,
Now,
and they always provide that.
Now, it is my understanding that she's saying,
That we have paid. Okay.
yeah, even though when there's not photo reports. We don't have a photo report showing that it's been consistent throughout. So, is that correct?
Actually, in the entire time, I've looked at Sage's reports every single month, even prior to me being on the board, I used to get them under open records. There has never been a night tour that didn't have photos, never in the history of Sage management in
I
this
think
district.
2001, 2002, I don't think we always had them.
We have, well, the only time, you're right, the only time there's not a photo report for night is when there is a moratorium on night parking and they're not in the neighborhood. Every night tour they've ever recorded has generated a photo, there's no exception.
Have we adjusted the payment when there is a moratorium on Sage, or do we pay them the full amount even though they don't come?
They have been paid the full amount even when they don't do it.
Yeah, it's good when they don't have cars to take pictures of. That's a good thing.
In your opinion?
Well, you want somebody to mess up every time?
I would like confirmation that they were in the
Okay.
We have that. They have to call us when they come in, they have to call us when they come out.
I think we have
The deed enforcement committee.
Okay, and they called you?
Yeah, they have to. They have to let us know that they're here. They let us know when they're coming in and when they're leaving.
Like before midnight and after midnight, or like that day?
Usually they start the same day and they'll do their afternoon and their evening all on the same day.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not what the photos show, Beth. And this one is so.
Can we let her finish go ahead.
Oh, I think I was just waiting on
Yeah.
all this.
Yeah, they'll do day tours and night tours on the same day some days.
Can we get her, I think she asked a question about the
The way the
contract.
contract's written is the deed enforcement group, SAGE, they are directed by the deed restriction committee. So they take the reports, if any, to the committee. So there's nothing in here that says that they have to provide photographic evidence of being in the district. Of course, they do if there is something to take a photo of. But again, not being on the committee or being associated with the committee, I don't know how that works. If they come and they say we didn't find anything, no report, or if they bring a report that says nothing, no photographs were taken for this time tour. I don't have that information.
Beth, is it customary for there to be nothing, or did they notify you that we came and there was nothing?
They will the next day or two. It's not always right away.
Okay, and did they?
I mean, if there's something really wrong, yes, they'll let us know right away.
Okay.
And they should provide monthly reports. So that is part of their contract. So if that report has nothing on it because there's nothing to be reported, then I guess that is for the contract of, that's something that we could do. But it does say that they'll provide the DRC with monthly reports.
Yeah, but what I'm not hearing is that report, what the content of that report requires picture evidence, correct? It's just a general report.
It says a general report.
Okay.
That's something we may have to fix.
And let me just add here, because this is how it's been done since they were hired. Their report is always the photo report with the date stamp on the photo, a history along the side of how many times they've seen the violation at a particular address, and it would follow down. So you could actually keep track. Oh, I've seen that car on the street 6 times in this period of time. This is called the deed enforcement report. This is the report. It follows with deed enforcement letters. That follows the report. But this is the report that has been provided to the board since SAGE started. And this is the report that we use to determine when they were in the district, how many violations they took photos of, on what date and time, and it has been the same since they started. And I would like to say, and we have all of the reports. That's records they didn't take off with. We have these reports, and I can say with certainty, never do they do a day tour and a night tour on the same day. They always spread those. And it was Bill Flickinger's direction that in order to say that car was in the street overnight, you would have had to have seen it before midnight and after midnight. That was his direction to SAGE. And that's how, and we can actually see that on every one of their reports up until a year ago. And then someone changed that direction, and they were told they could come just once after midnight, and that's what they began doing. And I can say with certainty, there has not been 1 month that they've worked in this district unless there was a moratorium on street parking where they didn't have nighttime photos. There's never been an occasion. And I have all the reports back to the day they started.
So, sorry to interrupt, but Beth stated something otherwise, so I'm a little confused. That Beth states one thing and Director Fobb states another. So I would like to get that information and double check, make sure it's correct, so we can make a decision based upon that. Because if
I'm asking you to ask Infomark because they were here.
well, that's
in the middle of the night.
That they told them what they were going to be back, and that they did.
so.
I'm having a hard time that you guys don't want to listen to what the directors that work on that committee have to say, because it sounds like you want to argue it the whole time. I mean, we're talking about a small amount of money. Either don't pay them or pay them.
It's not our money. It's the people's money. So we
It
have
is
to
the
be
people's money.
we have to be stewards of that money and be
Whatever way we
fiduciaries.
choose.
We have to be fiduciaries with that money. So I make a motion that we do not pay invoice 128, and that we hold off on 129 till we can determine if they, what am I trying to say?
Yeah, we hold off until we determine.
If they, dang it, I lost it.
How about we make a motion that we pay them what we know we can pay them and then hold off on the second half?
What's that?
I
Sorry.
was going to say, we're in determination of whether they made their second visit or not.
No, it wasn't that.
I really don't want
I
to get
lost it.
sued.
How about if I try to make that motion?
I withdraw my motion. Go ahead. Try.
Go ahead.
Sometimes when they're long, it's complicated. Have the bookkeeper cancel checks 5819 and 5820 and reissue one check for the Sage Management invoice 129 for the base fee in the amount of $2,679.53 for actual services performed in February of 2020.
Can you just repeat that amount?
Yes, $2,679.53. And before we go for a second, let me just say this. If the evidence proves different, we can always cut another check. This way, we get them paid in 60 days.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we need further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
Anybody else would like to discuss?
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Motion passes.
Did you?
No, I'm not voting because I don't have, yeah.
Now, we have to make sure that we make a notation that we are going to look into this so that we can reimburse if that is indeed the case.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're not going to let it
And if you
hang
will
in.
tell me exactly what you need to see, I will be more than happy to provide it for you. What would you like to see? You want photo report? I can put them all on a shared drive. I'm not going to send everybody individual information. I can put all the photo reports on a shared drive.
Yep.
And then you can start looking and tell me how far back to go. 2 years, good?
Yep.
2 years, plenty?
Yep, that's plenty.
And then you can look at how it's always been done versus this invoice.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to see?
I think that's fair enough.
Since it's so brand new, in this board packet, you will find the last report, which is February that we're paying. This is their contract. This is the invoice 128 that we're going to not pay. And this is the invoice 129 for their base fee in February, where we are going to pay that amount. And it's really, I always use notes on it. So you will have access to this file, and then I will also make sure you have access to the shared folder that shows 2 years history of these reports. These are called DRC reports. Okay, so you can look at the trend, how they've done it in the past, and then compare it to February. And if you need anything else, just let me know.
And Beth, just for my own clarity, so you're saying that they called you and told you they were coming, and that if there are no photos, that means there were no violations that night?
Now, I think we ought to also stick to whatever we have that's clearly stated on the contract. And that's purely my opinion, but I think that should be the determining factor. My concern is that we're going to get so lost in the process of identifying with the report a picture, because we don't have a consistency. Unless you share it and we can show that consistency all the way through, then that might change the story.
That's what I want to check. The consistency that they have been doing it every single month, as she stated, where
You'll see it in 2 years worth of data. You'll absolutely see it.
And can I put this, I'll carry this over onto the next regular meeting agenda, and I'll put it under the general manager's report, and from our kind of also touches on this subject a little bit. Is that okay? That way?
That's a good idea.
Absolutely.
All right, so can we move on to item 3?
Yes.
Okay. We're good? All right, 3, discuss RFP for DID restriction management services.
And this is where I'm still gonna come back to, who put all these things on here when we talked about that we were not gonna do all these things tonight? And that we were just gonna elect somebody and go over just the sage management? I don't mind doing one more, but I wanna know how all these things got on here when we verbally said that we were not gonna be doing all these things at this board meeting. How did you hear
And
that?
that is, I mean, I think when we left the meeting last time, that we were gonna focus on, deciding a candidate and talk about the RFP, that you were going to review Linda's
Right.
edits.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it. My concern is it's really late. We have somebody that's new. I think there's a lot to talk about committees. We were, Director Flores and I were talking at a moment where I think we got to re-envision this whole thing about committees instead of just kind of going through the traditional route of appointing here and there. So I think we ought to give it a little bit more time. It's kind of late in the game, but again, I don't call the shots here. It's a matter of vote.
For agenda item 3, you want to
For
wait?
agenda item 5.
No, 3 you did ask to do tonight.
Yeah,
But
3 we
4,
did ask
5,
tonight.
6,
So
7,
can we
8.
go through 3?
Yep.
And then when we get to 5, we can kind of,
Yeah.
let's just keep rolling.
So yeah, let's do 3.
No,
So
'cause
that
all
is your
these
agenda
others,
item.
we actually said we were not going to do.
Right, but then
Number 3.
let's go to number 3. That's your agenda
That
item.
we
so
did
you
say
go
we
ahead
were
and
gonna do tonight. So on number 3 is discuss the RFP for deed restrictions management services. We tabled this last time because I couldn't find it. And actually, it still wasn't in there for me, but I was able to get it today through the office. So, on here, Linda, you have highlighted it for,
Did you put it in the board packet? I can't see that.
see, it's not in mine.
It's
I
in the
printed off
previous
exactly
months,
what
right?
you have.
Yeah.
This is what you
Would
did,
you-
Linda.
What month was it?
I think it's the 329 meeting.
It is the 329. I had to come up here because it's not in my file. I don't know why I got missed and everybody else has it, but I do not.
Agenda item 8, right? 8.
Yeah. So on here, you have E as Anderson Mill West Voluntary Neighborhood Association with Architectural Control Committee. Why do you want to remove that?
Because it's a voluntary neighborhood association. It has no mandatory HOA and a voluntary neighborhood association.
But the reason why it's on there is because they help us immensely.
It doesn't matter, it's not consistent with the rest.
Are they still up and going? Because their website's not existing.
Well,
We don't know who they
Gerald
are.
passed away, so
We don't
Well,
know
that
the
would-
one that did
Is
that.
it a functioning neighborhood association?
Right now, Chris is getting it back up in order is what he told me. That's all that I know.
Okay,
Is
well,
that they're working on that.
Well, I don't think that,
So cause this is her committee, so can you report on what your observations are? This is your
Yes, the
agenda
ACC
item,
needs to
and then we
stay
can have
on here.
discussion,
This
so
does
go ahead.
not need to be removed because they are going to be helping with that committee. And I know that's what you sued them for, but that's not, they are a part of making decisions on people. When somebody's going to build a pool in their backyard, it has to go through the ACC and through us. So yes, that needs to stay on there. Then we're going to go to page,
So you're requesting that D stays on there?
yes, please.
Okay.
E.
E, sorry, E.
And then on number 1A, you just highlighted the N. In addition, the manager will. So you have, it is preferred that the manager will have at least one staff member assigned to the district who is fluent in Spanish, and it says period. In addition, the manager will.
so maybe I
That's fine.
highlighted it because it should be a small IN.
Let's just do that, IN, okay. Then we're gonna go down to B. It says communications with the district. It says the manager will maintain ongoing communication with the district's deeds restriction enforcement committee consisting of 2 members of the board of directors. It goes to the committee first, it's always gone to the committee first, and then there are 2 members on the board that are on the D committee, so that needs to stay there. I don't know why you
Well,
highlighted
the
that.
reason I highlighted it, and it's really a discussion we're gonna have when we talk about committees,
Mhm.
the deed restriction or deed enforcement committee, what DRC, should not be a committee, because they make decisions and they don't do it in a public forum. They don't post their meetings and they don't do them in public, and any decisions made by any members of this board must be done in an open public meeting. And the DRC committee has taken it one step further, and they have been making decisions on who gets a violation letter, who gets sent to litigation. All these things have been done outside of the public's purview. So this is not a committee function, this is a board function.
Actually,
and for that reason, I
it's not
took it
true.
over.
Okay, can we ask counsel for that? What is your, on Linda's statement regarding?
Can I explain that first, though, before we? Sure. Okay, so the whole reason why it was ever taken out of the meetings, Linda, is because there were lawsuits that you were putting through there, and Zach said, take these out. We did. And it was not something that we just decided. They get a first warning, they get a second warning, they get a third warning. Okay? If it gets past that, then it comes to the board and we make a vote on what's going to happen with this. That's how it has been, that's how it should be happening.
So the
You don't have
the
time.
deed
It would take
restriction
3 hours to
the
do
deed
these.
restriction committee would, they were the ones that decided who gets the first letter, second letter. It would go to them
If
first.
they had a violation, Sage automatically gives them the first door hanger. If they violated, the next time they came out, they would get their second door hanger.
Well, here's my
If
2
the
cents
third-
on this whole line. In the past, the DRC committee was a public meeting held on Mondays, every single
Yes.
third Monday. And this was when the DRC committee would come and present it all to. So it was never where just two members of this board would get this information. The whole board would get this information, and that's what Linda's referring to. It would be the whole board makes the decision because
But it had
it's
to stop because of the illegal actions that were happening.
which
Point of
ones?
order.
Okay. Can we get?
Linda, you always say court of
Okay,
order
can
when
we get-
it involved you.
Listen, can we agree to get the attorney's input on this?
I'm sure
Go
Zach filled you in on some of this.
So my opinion is that the district elects to enforce any type of penalty, then ultimately it's a board decision. It's 5 directors who do it. If the district elects to have a committee to handle that responsibility outside of a regular board of directors meeting, that's fine. I think what needs to happen though is the board should adopt what you described about having a public meeting on a separate Monday with 3 directors present for the committee. Or did you say 3 directors?
It was actually all 5 would, between 3 and 5 would attend.
Okay, so if it was a meeting that was outside of the regular board of directors meeting, because for whatever reason it's a single subject meeting that you all want to have, that's okay too, to separate those 2 out. You could do, we have in a lot of my districts committees that are quote-unquote non-binding, so it'll be 2 representatives from one district and 2 representatives from another district, and they make decisions on joint wastewater treatment plants, joint water wells, etc. What they do is they listen to the engineers, they make recommendations, they're authorized per an agreement between the 2 districts to make decisions up to, in this specific scenario, up to a certain amount of money. And then if there's anything over or anything unusual, they bring that to the full board of directors at a regular board of directors meeting for a decision to be made. That way, when you have a project, like one of my clients right now, they're expanding their wastewater treatment plant to 1.2 million gallons per day. It's like a $15 million project, and so there's a lot of invoices to review, there's a lot of engineering speak, so they have a separate committee to go through that and do all that. If anything's out of the ordinary, they bring to the full board to discuss, and of course, there's invoices that need to be approved. The committee looks at the invoices, they make a recommendation to the full board, and the full board, at the regular board of directors meeting, will approve or sign that invoice. So the concept of having a separate meeting with, whether it's 3 committee members or a full board of directors, whatever it is, would work. I would just highly recommend that the board of directors adopt a policy on how that committee would work, what the functions are, what their approval is. And yes, I think in my view, in terms of issuing a fine or anything like that, that should go to the DRC and to the enforcement committee, and they can make that decision based on a policy that's been adopted by the full board.
My problem with that is that, so you're saying the water treatment plant, but none of that can be punitive to a resident, okay?
Right.
Where deed restriction can be punitive if you get two directors that don't like somebody or don't agree with the lifestyle that they have, that they can be punitive to that resident and choose to go after them or not to. So there are times that there are residents that have one violation, and then there's another resident right down the street in the same section that doesn't even get that violation ever. So to me, it's very subjective, selective on who they go after and who they don't. It's been demonstrated for years. I can demonstrate in photos of people that have non-registered vehicles, and then they come after me for a non-registered vehicle, which it is registered. So it's just, to me, there needs to be something different. You know, what has been done in the past or what in the last 12 months did not work.
What has been doing with Megan and I is 3 letters, then it comes to the board. Nobody with those 3 letters ever are fined. Ever.
Well,
and there's not very many fines anyway. We only have 4 people that have fines right
Well, they're
now.
not in fines, they're in litigation. And of those in litigation, there were people that had litigation or legal action, demand letters sent to them that was never voted on by a full board. There were 17 addresses, and not all of them got the demand letters. I did check. Some did and some didn't. That decision was made inside of a closed meeting.
All right, point of order. I'm sorry, I just feel like we're getting off of the topic and we're not discussing going through this.
Well, that was the whole reason why I don't think committees can do this.
Okay, so you can go back into this, on the public part. So if we do delegate this responsibility as a board, what I'm hearing is that the meeting ought to be public, correct?
If you have, to David's point, I don't recommend having 2 members of the board on a committee do this. I think you should have 3 at a minimum, because that requires then an open meeting, that requires an agenda to be posted, that requires to notice everyone. So at a minimum, if you were to do a committee approach, I would recommend 3 directors. I would probably also recommend doing it on a night that's not your regular business night in order to separate the issues. And you know, when you have 3 directors, then that is an open meeting, that those directors then can make a decision on behalf of the district. So if the full board wanted to adopt a policy that said, if, you know, we're okay with the 3 directors doing, you know, notice letter 1, 2, and 3. However, if there's a situation that goes to litigation, we want to bring that to the full board of directors meeting and discuss it with the other 2 directors. I think that's a decent idea, but it would be up to you all. I think if there are 2 directors who aren't on the committee, I think it's beneficial to have those 2 directors' input in a situation like this, because having a fresh perspective or having people who aren't necessarily involved with that to get that fresh perspective is a beneficial thing, in my opinion.
Excellent. All right, so keep on going on your.
Okay, so on this one, again, she put on here that she wanted all that taken off. But if you want to change it from 2 members to 3 members, that would be great. Deed Enforcement Committee consisting of 3 members of the Board of Directors. And again, it's 3 letters, then comes to the board.
I have a
and if you
question.
want that written in there, that would be
I
great.
have a question for Cole, now that you've given us that option of 3 and an open public meeting. Is there anything that would prevent all 5 board members from showing up to that meeting?
No, it's a public meeting.
Perfect, that's perfect.
So we will change 2
To 3.
2 to 3.
And then it also would be the 3 letters that comes to the board. Then it comes to the board.
Well, if we have a
It would be a
3,
full board.
it will be a full board.
I think
Unless they're in litigation. And that's what Zach said.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if we decide that's 3, then you have a quorum, right? And then that means you can make, if it's public, then you can make the decision.
You can vote.
Right. I think, yeah, you can have 3. I think if 2 other directors, I think in this scenario, if you had 3 who sat on this committee and combined the district to decisions made by this committee, if you had 2 other directors show to that meeting, it's an open meeting, it's a public forum, they're allowed to show up and voice their concerns and do that. I would think that the committee approach would disappear if 2 directors then showed up and said, well, we have a vote too in this. Then that's just a 5-director board once again. So
That's what they had in the past.
right, and that's a fine approach too. If you just want to have a separate meeting with 5 with the full board, and you all just handle deed restriction enforcement on one night a month or once, whatever the committee decides, that's an okay approach too. I mean, logically in my head, we can go through this and discuss all the points, which I think it's fine. That's what's on the agenda. That's what we need to do. But logically, the first step would be decide how you all want to approach the deed restriction enforcement. If you want it to be a full board, if you want to elect 3 members to sit on it, that I think is the crux of this argument.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we table all matters of deed restriction matters, so we can discuss it in another meeting, and Director Masters can get up to speed and kind of learn. I think making that's my motion. Table it. Can I get a second?
Second that.
Isn't that why we're going through this right now and explaining it as we go?
I think it needs more time. We need
time to hash this out. It's going to take.
It's
Oh my goodness, how can we have
can we
5
vote?
on the board?
Because we have a
If
motion.
we have some-
we have a motion and we have a
You
second.
can't vote.
Okay, give me 1 second. So
on
we
anything deeds.
Yes, you can.
give me 1 second.
It's
So
in
we have
litigation.
we have a motion on the table. We have a second, correct? Now let's open for discussion, and we will start with you, and we'll go the way down. You done? Okay. Go ahead.
I think it's a great idea to table this. We are going to need legal counsel to clarify that the only thing that Director Flores cannot participate in is discussion and a vote regarding his own litigation with this district. He is not prohibited from supporting and defending the constituents in this district that are in the deed enforcement crosshairs. He only can't speak to his own. It's covered in the Open Meetings Act. Attorney General has 5 separate opinions out there on this subject. He can only not vote and participate in discussion about his litigation. The rest of it, he still represents the constituents in this district, and he still has a voice in deed enforcement. And if
That's not
Zach
what I was
Evans
told.
told you something different, then we have a new counsel who will correct.
Okay. Do you have a comment on that?
What is the time sensitivity of the RFP?
The sooner we can get it out, the sooner we can get somebody in. I am getting some letters of people wanting things to be straightened back up, because there are so many people in this neighborhood that want deeds in place. And so I can't do that if we don't have this RFP out there to try to look for somebody.
Would you be able to share those letters? I just see. Would you be able to put those on a share on the share drive?
And there's only a couple, but it's your home.
It's her time, so let's go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've seen this document, so, and it's been a long day, guys. And so I'm sensitive to the time issue, but I would love some time to review it and be more informed going into the next meeting.
Likewise, my comment will be quick, but I think we ought to look at this very careful, right? We got to make it, we're not going to make it perfect, but we got to make it equitable. And the more people we have involved in making decisions for the resident, the better it is. And so we have to dedicate the time. I don't think tonight would be the time to do that. So, Larry Jones.
I'm just doing what the people want, and I know that that is to get this out there. So I am going to stay out of it. If that's what you guys want to do, then that's the vote that you can make. I'm out.
I'm just saying that we look through this with more time and with legal counsel in place to.
I think it's important to understand why we have these, like dash cams. I don't know why you would want to take the dash cam out for somebody. You know.
Do we have a second?
Yes, you
so we do have a second.
I didn't write me down.
Okay, I'm done with my comment. Are you? Are you done too, as well?
Done.
Okay. So I guess all in favor of tabling this further? Okay. Motion passes. All right, moving on to next agenda item.
Before we hop to that, can I just comment that at the last meeting, when we discussed this RFP, I made a, I'm going to use the word request, but it is late, so request is the only word that's coming to my head, but I requested that the directors kind of send to me what they believe, how a committee can be structured for deed enforcement restrictions. I think, Beth, you've been on this committee for a long time. I would probably defer to your knowledge in terms of how it's run behind the scenes, as you know that. But I think all directors have a voice in this, so if you all would be able to send me some kind of, idea of how this would work, I think that way, that might, people have different opinions on things. If we see how everybody's thinking, we might be able to parse together everybody's viewpoint and get a document that everyone can agree on. So I might just see if people can send me kind of their thoughts on the matter. Not thoughts on deed restrictions or anything, but just thoughts on how a committee could be structured and run.
That's a good idea. All right, so number four, discuss district communication policy.
I'm asking that we table this until the
Okay.
next meeting. Everything from here down.
We have a policy that says when a communication policy violation is reported, it must be put on the next agenda and discussed. That's why this is on the agenda. There were 2 communication policy violations submitted.
Now my question is this on the next including special meetings or the next regular meeting?
It just says on the next agenda.
On the next agenda item.
But there was a real short window between the agenda being published and those violations. And if Cole has not had an opportunity to do his piece, then this is best tabled.
Okay.
And I could make a motion to table this until the next meeting.
I agree.
Okay, so I move that we table the discussion of the communication policy violations until the next general board meeting.
Okay, excellent. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor? Okay.
No.
Abstain.
Abstain.
If she abstains, the rules require that you give your reason for abstaining your vote. That's in our rules of procedure.
I'm fine doing it tonight.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine going over it tonight. I don't need to have a reason. It's either a yes or no. And as Zach said, if we don't answer,
No.
it's a no.
The rules of procedure, and you should read those as well. The rules of procedure in the meeting is you can vote yes, no, or abstain. But if you abstain, you have to give the reason for your abstaining vote. So that's all I'm asking you, so we can fill in the minutes with why you're abstaining.
Well, I don't,
Okay, I'll say no.
I don't recall, I think the rule has been, and I might be, I got to review the rule, but it is my understanding that if you abstain, it's counted as a no.
He can count it, Zach can
Yes.
count it as a no vote,
You
but
still
it's
have to give a
recorded
reason.
in the minutes, the exact way it was given, as an abstained vote with the
It's a
reason.
no.
Okay, you can vote no, that's better.
Okay, all right.
Easy.
All right, so we will table
4.
district policy, or communication policy at our next meeting. Should we do the same for number 5?
Yes.
Since this
I
is
make
going to
a
require
motion
time. Go ahead,
to
make the motion.
Table
Everything
committee
below.
assignments and reports, including Park Committee, Deed Restriction Committee, Open Records Committee, Infrastructure Committee.
I think we table 5.
Okay,
Information.
excellent. So we have a
Table.
formal motion. Do we have a second to table 5? Okay, we have a second. All in favor? Okay, motion passes. Number 6, convene an executive session.
I don't see any reason, but 6, 7, and 8 are all agenda items that we put on every agenda. It's just, you can skip them, it's simple, it's simply just executive session. If a reason arises, no reason, skip it. Actions related, no executive session, skip it. Such other matters may come to the board, you can skip it, and just we put it in the next meeting day. that's just kind of our agenda stuff.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Yep. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Congratulations again. I was having a meeting tomorrow. Sent to the board packet folder. And if you need any documents, where's the, don't work, so just let me know and I will shuffle them to you for the shared drive on this.
And the next meeting.
And would the rules of procedure allow you to add items to the agenda?
It's all, I do it for the.
As late as the Wednesday prior to the next meeting. So a week before, then you would send those to Cole, and because he predicts the agenda.
Cole, can I get one of your business cards again?
Yeah.
Oh, when I stop the record.
And we're trying not to have such long meetings.
Yes.